on Tuesday, October 19th at 6 o'clock. Is there anyone who'd like to volunteer to lead us in the pledge? Yes. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we have nothing in front of us as the local liquor control board this evening. Anything order of agenda that we need to adjust? Okay, so we'll take some public comment, but first I want to share a few reminders with people. I had a resident that reached out to me to comment on the actions and behaviors by the members of our select board that they thought were inappropriate. This is a concern I take very seriously and find quite alarming. It seems like a good time to remind select board members of the rules of the charter, and I will summarize. Remember to raise your hand when you want, excuse me, let me try that again. Raise your hand and wait to be acknowledged before speaking. And similar reminders to members of the public, both present and calling in, to wait to be acknowledged before speaking. We ask if you're going to speak that you come up to the microphone, you state your name, your town of residence, and you have 5 minutes to speak. There'll be no personal attacks. And if you're sitting in the room and you're speaking that louder than a whisper, we can hear you up here. It's too loud. You need to go out in the hall because it's tough for people at home to hear with the background noise in the room when they're trying to listen to the meeting. So, anyway, that's just reminders for everybody. So we're all on the same page. And the rules require that we have silence, that we have order, and then we have decorum. So that's what we're going to do. All right. Is there any public comment from anyone in the room? All right. Kim, anyone on Zoom or anything?
No hands up.
Okay, perfect. Select board comments and announcements. Dennis, go ahead.
We were just talking about it, but trunk or treat is coming up on, is it the 30th? I believe, yes. Saturday.
Yes, and, it is.
My family signed up for the first time, and so we're looking forward to it.
I had a really excellent tour of the DPW building and Quechee wastewater, Quechee water, and White River water on last Wednesday. And I want to thank the members of the DPW department that gave me that tour. Really good informational aspect, and I gained a lot out of that. And just a shout out to the hardworking members that we have on that team. So really good. I highly recommend anybody that's not done a tour to have a tour.
Great, thank you. Allie, anything? No. Joe?
No, sir.
Mike?
No.
Kim?
I just wanted to ask if I can't remember the status of where we left the parking meter discussion, if that's going to come back up in the budget some other way.
It's going to come up when Public Works comes up. I'm going to handle it because we don't necessarily know where that would live if we move forward with it. So I told the staff that I would take it on, but we'll hear it on the 16th of November with Public Works and the rest of the enterprise funds. But keep your thinking caps on.
Awesome, thank you. And then also just to follow Dennis, there's also the annual 40 Days Parade, which is for a number of reasons taking place this year on Friday, October 29th, and starts at the Main Street Museum with activities at 6:30, and then the parade begins around 8 o'clock, and it's a lot of fun. And it's just a great collaboration of various organizations, so I highly recommend that as well.
Great, thank you, everyone. Okay, so that will bring us. We have Laura Brooks, who's here, and consider appointment to the West Hartford Library Board of Trustees. We got our information in our packet. Laura, if you'd like to come and step up to the microphone and introduce yourself and say a few words, anything you want to share with people, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Laura Brooks. I have not spoken in public in a very long time, so just bear with me. I moved with my family to West Hartford at the end of last year in December. We moved into Harry Dorman's old house, and he was also on the Library Board of Trustees. So I feel like I'm just sort of squeezing into all aspects of his life. So I was a homeschooler until very recently. I have 5 children, and I just sent them off to school for the first time in a very long time this year. So I've got 2 kids over at the middle school and 3 kids at the Ottaquechee Elementary School. We used, as homeschoolers, we used the library a lot. In the community we came from, we were there for classes, we were there for co-ops and Lego clubs, and to meet an astronaut, and to take out books and books and books and books and books. When we were buying this house, we were directly across the river from us. So that is a really big draw for us, and we send children over there frequently, just walking over to pick up their books and trade in their books and get DVDs for the weekend and things like that. We are just in love with libraries. So that's basically why I would like to be on the Board of Trustees. Before I homeschooled, I was a school teacher, and I also used the library all the time for that. We would take curriculum books out and things like that. And between school teaching and homeschooling, I worked at a library for a little while. So I feel like this is just a really natural position for me to fall into.
Great, thank you. Questions? Yes.
I don't have any questions, Mr. Chair, but I have some comments. I can't think when I've been more excited about reading somebody's application than your application. and how we're hearing about the education aspect of this could be some beauty and joy to people's lives. And what really got me is the inventiveness of what you might be seeking here is doing other things. I came from library service myself, and circulation in libraries is down with all the electronic stuff nowadays. And so, at least in the library I came from, we were looking for inventive ways of getting more people in. And that's all over the place. We're possibly having craft fairs, reading clubs for teens and children, offering classes, crafting, and so forth. There's quite a list here, but I'm very excited about this, and thank you for applying.
Thank you.
Just one question. What do you see as the needs of the library in West Hartford to draw more of the community in?
Sure. Well, the funny thing about libraries is that they can change and offer lots of different things, especially as this is also a community center. So I know that during the pandemic, there were people giving out lunches there. I know that because of where it's positioned physically, there are a lot of Appalachian Trail hikers that would go through and they would use the bathrooms, or they would get snacks there at the library. It's just always there as sort of like a home base for the library. I don't necessarily see anything that's currently deficient in the library, but I think that there's always space that for activities or programs or things that could always just draw more people in. So I know that as the teens get older, they start to turn away from the library a little bit. I think that there's lots of different things you could do to hold them back. And like I brought all the kids over to the Moana at the library this summer. We watched a movie outside, and that was great to get everybody over there and excited about the library.
As Mr. Brown stated, reading your application, it seems like you have quite a lot to offer, and look forward to having you join out there and see what we could do.
Thanks.
So.
Good job.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, as a fellow resident of West Hartford, I'd be happy to make this motion if there is no more discussion.
Joe, we're gonna add anything?
No,
Okay.
All right.
Mike, go ahead.
I move that the Select Board appoint Laura Brooks to the West Hartford Library Board of Trustees for a term beginning on October 19th, 2021 and ending on March 1st, 2022.
Second from Ally. Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, it's unanimous. Thank you. Congratulations.
everybody.
Thank you for
Thank you.
stepping up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Look forward to having you serve.
Thank you. Okay, that will bring us to town manager's report. Over
All
to
right, how's
Tracy.
my mic? I moved it around a whole bunch. Is it okay? Oh, sorry. Am I okay? Okay, awesome. 3 things have come up since my town manager's report was written Friday morning. The first one is that winter is coming. It's been a really nice fall, but we can anticipate that we're going to see some frost coming in the next couple of weeks. So we have reached out to our restaurants that have outdoor dining, and we've let them know that we will begin pulling up the Jersey barriers, which are those big concrete barriers, starting the week of November 1st. We can anticipate that the frost makes it harder to get those good strong clamps in, so we want to make sure we get those before we actually have snow and ice on the ground. Another place that is closing for the winter is Christian Street Cemetery, our newest cemetery. Traditionally, Henry Hazen has unofficially closed that between November 1st and May 1st to save the ground as it freezes. We're gonna actually put a chain across the driveway so that way there's no damage to the road. But we're going to be pushing out some communications to folks to please pick up flags, flowers, vases, anything like that that we don't want to see get buried by the snow. We anticipate traditionally that cemetery reopens May 1st. So it'll probably be closed for the duration, which seems to be fairly common for municipal cemeteries in our region. And finally,
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt. That's one thing on the cemeteries. I'm sorry. The flags, generally speaking, the American Legion, the VFW volunteers who put the flags up, go out and rip the flags off, and we leave the posts so we know where to put them next year. So if you can not have your people take the flag post themselves out, it gives us a better chance next year when we do that.
totally. Do you want to coordinate and let me know when you think we can get those?
I'd be happy to. I'm
Just-
sorry to interrupt you, but that's
No
really
problem.
important to do
Shoot
that.
me an email or somebody else out there from VFW and let us know when those are going to come up. So that way we aren't worried that we're going to possibly have flags out and as we start to close.
I'd be
out.
happy to do that. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Landon.
Sorry, sir.
Probably after Veterans Day.
I'm worried that it's gonna snow and then we're gonna we kind of wanted to pick a nice even number for Public Works to start kind of picking up the stuff around town.
Yep.
Doubtful.
It is snowed as early as April. They keep records. October 18th is kind of a moment where they think that snow might happen in town. And they usually are prepared by November 1st for it to snow at least a little bit, which I thank them for that because I wouldn't know. And one last thing, since Dennis mentioned the trunk or treat, we are doing we're taking candy donations or fun little toy donations for people who, we get a lot of kids at the trunk or treat. So to ask somebody to pick up 200 plus pieces is a lot of work. So all this week between 8 and 5 at the town hall, we're having a candy donation drop, prepackaged unopened candy or trinkets for our trunk or treat event. And if it does get inclement, the box will be just inside the entrance doors, and we welcome a variety of healthy and not so healthy snacks and toys. One piece of item is the update on Cascademic Avenue. I did meet with staff from the Public Works and the Police Department to understand considerations about reopening it, reopening it in both directions. And they had some considerations. I can actually see myself and there's a video lag, so I'm going to minimize that. Thank you. We need to inspect the road just to make sure that it is in strong enough condition to be 2 ways. And we will need to add it to the year-round maintenance schedule, not a seasonal schedule, because it doesn't get as much traffic. We also need to consider if the current gates closing off the upper entrance no longer allow for 2-way traffic. The state mandates those sorts of widths, and we haven't really thought about that in a while. We can make it 1 way.
Excuse me one
Hold on,
second. Can you in the back, please stop talking because you're distracting people here? Thank you.
We can make it 1 way, but we might need to receive approval from the state of Vermont to change it from that we would need to do. Internally, all of the staff that I spoke to said that it would be imperative for the select board to engage the neighborhood and the school district in a public comment period, since the street has been closed to downtown traffic for well over a decade. When there are pressing life, health, and safety considerations, town staff do have that ability to temporarily close roads, but this doesn't fall into that criteria, so we would have to ask you all to bring that forth and make that motion and that decision. So that's kind of the next step, if that's what you all would like to discuss. I know we're in the TM report, not an agenda item, but we can, if this is something that you want to bring forward, email Dan and Joe and we'll get it on an agenda. Otherwise, we're just keeping on, and there's a few other little things. Significant activities, you can see that we are busy and keeping up with our training and sworn officers, and Parks and Rec is just just keeping up with all of their stuff. And I'm really excited that we have gotten a couple more police officers. So our work in recruitment is working. And we're going to start also making sure that we can retain, because that's the other part of that equation. So for that department, we feel like we've got a good handle on recruitment, and we're going to start thinking about retention and succession and promotion and all of those good things that keep the good people that we have. So we're excited to do that work once the dust settles on the budgets. That's it for me.
Thank you. Questions? Kim, go ahead.
Thanks. And a couple regarding the cemetery closure, because we did have some upset last year when this happened at the Hartford Cemetery. Is there signage that will be put up at the Christian Street Cemetery that will let people know? Like, I think that also a little gun shy from the parking situation, like the notification part. I feel like if there's signage at the cemetery itself as soon as possible, and I realize, I mean, we might not have to make our own and laminate it or something, understandable. But in particular, with a contact number for, you know, who took my stuff, or maybe like if that could be a.
Yeah, we just had to make this decision when we talked to Henry. I think it was yesterday, which was Monday. What we're looking at is a big information push on social media and the listserv, and then reaching out to whatever email addresses we have for folks as we kind of get those records up. And then we need to check on the quality of the chain that normally goes across, and if it's all rusted and stuff like that. And then possibly getting signs right now is really difficult. And so it might look like a large piece of 17 by 14 laminated. You know, Christian Street Cemetery is closed for the winter. Please call probably my line for more information. And letting Henry know, because a lot of folks still call him when they need something. And then usually many of us are up and down that street multiple times, but we'll just keep an eye on it. And if anybody sees that it's looking a little hard to read, we'll just replace it, because I don't think we're gonna get a good quality metal sign
Totally.
in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah. And two more quick things. One is, can you elaborate any more on what there was in the police significant activity? There's first collaborative health and community wellness meeting was held with representation from area stakeholder community partners. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, so this is a really common methodology for towns where we get together the stakeholders for complex cases. So these are people who possibly have an open case with the health officer, are getting services from HCRS and or the Haven, or have been transported by ambulance for medical reasons. And it allows representatives from each of those community stakeholders that do that work with a very prescribed format that allows them to have security and confidentiality in terms of HIPAA things, to sit down and coordinate services for an individual in a way that ensures that they're getting what they need, but they're not having to make 6 phone calls for a hotel voucher, or if they need something and that person doesn't provide that service, this meeting will allow that individual, not to pick up on the fire chief, but he could reach out and say, oh, I need to talk about this complex case, and what I need, what this person probably needs to stop the ambulance calls is a mobility device. So that's what that's going to do is kind of create a little bit more of a safety net for the complex cases that require multiple different care providers.
And does that incorporate with our peer support advocate would be part of that as well?
She's just getting on board, and I have a meeting with her and HCRS Thursday, but that is an option that we can bring forth, and probably will bring forth once she gets her legs under her. They already have a representative from HCRS, but it might be helpful.
Yeah. And is this something that has been already ongoing, or is a new process?
It is ongoing in other communities and has a prescribed format and record keeping and the folks that are at the table are prescribed to be the folks that are at the table. This is the first time that we're trying it.
Okay, cool. I'm delighted. And so you expect that it will happen regularly?
Yeah, they have a regular schedule. I think they're still trying to work on getting a bunch of busy people on a time schedule that works for them. But they want to meet regularly.
Thank you. That's really great. And then last, just in reference to the new officers being recruited, which is great. And I know there's a sense of urgency, but I'm curious as to like the, I know we've asked about the recruitment for chief of police. And it feels like the chief of police would probably be an important factor in the hiring process. Any thoughts on that? Like there's, I mean, filling the patrol slots is critical, certainly. And I guess where are we in the chief?
We closed the RFP for that at the end of the month. And I think I have an email with the analysis that the HR director gave before she left on medical leave. And it is on my to-do list for this week. And hopefully we get to it if things stay forward, is to evaluate the RFPs for a search firm.
Okay.
In terms of hiring, we have a great executive team who has decades of experience doing this work. And I'm confident that they're selecting good officers for patrol officers. And we don't want to say no to somebody because this could be an involved process to hire a police chief. So we keep recruitment open and they go through the same competitive process that anybody does. It's very prescribed and well documented. So it's not something that a police chief would probably a new police chief would probably come in and drastically change.
Thank you so much. Sorry to take so much time.
Oh, Ellie, go ahead.
Thanks, Dan. I just had a follow up on the that collaborative health and community wellness meeting. Is this the same sort of committee that Brett Mayfield was talking about, and it was a meeting for that?
Yeah, so Brett's involved in it. We have representatives from the police department, the fire department, restorative justice, Windsor County. I think a couple of different folks from there, like the Attorney General's office or probation and parole. I think HCRS and the Haven are both at the table right now as well to kind of work through some of these more complex cases, but Brett is there. And they're all signing their HIPAA and confidentiality agreements. So that way they can make sure that they all have confidentiality about someone's case.
Thank you. Yeah, just connecting the dots there. So thanks, Tracy.
Mike, go ahead.
Thank you, Tracy. This sounds great. Is there like a standing meeting of this group, or is this like, does this come together like when there's an emergency?
When I spoke with Fire Chief Scott Cooney, he was looking forward to possibly like a monthly
Okay.
meeting.
Yep.
I think that that's the goal. It can sometimes be hard, I think we all know, to get all these people in a room on a regular basis the first couple of times. Sometimes you have to squeak around with a 5-week or a 3-week or whatever, especially with the holidays.
Yeah, I'm really glad to see that it's happening. This sounds great. Just wanted to know, to make sure that people are continuing to, to participate in that. So thank you.
Andrew, go ahead.
Thank you. Cascadic Avenue, full disclosure, I'm the one that brought that up, asked a question about that for transparency. I want to let everybody know I was the one that did it. And I am actually going to withdraw my request on that after speaking to and meeting with town staff of the public works. So I realized that it's not in the best interest to go through all this work for just 1 or 2 people that are having some issues, and we can address those individually, I think, instead of trying to open up the whole thing. So my apologies for the work you put into that, but I appreciate what you've done and appreciate our staff's time in looking into that. And as I said, I'm not going to withdraw my request, and I don't think we need to go any further than that.
I do really appreciate y'all are 7 sets of eyes and ears out for me. We can't all always be in the same places. So it is really helpful when we hear of a concern, because we can't hit every street in the town with some of the biggest road miles in the state. So it's always nice to hear when y'all see something that might help people move around the town more efficiently or effectively.
One of the difficulties that I was not aware of, and this is why it was so valuable to me, get the DPW tour, is the actual 6-hour rotation for plow schedule that we have because of our staffing. And, they can only do so much, and they're under quite a bit of workload. So appreciate what those guys are doing, and to put this task upon them for, 1 or 2 individuals is maybe a bit too much. And like I say, that was my fault. So and I move forward.
Thanks, anyone else? We'll move over to Cornerstone grant adoption and grant policies and procedure.
Okay, I think Lori wasn't expecting us to move so quickly. I think she's up in her office, but she might be listening in. We had a quick little change. I'm gonna assume that y'all read your agenda on this one, and we just learned, bear with me here, some of the policies and codes that you saw attached to it. We had some new information, specifically what brought concerns and why we're probably going to ask you to not make a motion tonight is there is a provision in here, use of excessive force policy. We have a much more stringent use of force policy in the town of Hartford. We require a lot more of our officers, a lot more documentation, a lot more de-escalation than what has been historically done at the state. Recently, the state is bringing down a statewide use of force policy, which is great because not everybody has one out there in all of the towns, but it is not as stringent as ours. And our department, like many departments who have more stringent policies, is navigating with the state on whose policy takes precedence. Is it ours? Is it the state's? Is there something that we can do to keep our level of de-escalation, conflict avoidance, conflict intervention training? And the backside of that is when an officer does use force, the documentation and the follow-up and the investigation of that. So that is something new that has come up since you all got your agenda packet, and it leads, I spoke with a lot of staff over the weekend and today and yesterday. We want to hold off on adopting these and having y'all sign on these because we want a lot of clarity from the state on this use of excessive force policy and our use of excessive force policy and the one that's coming down from the state. So we're not, I'm happy to talk about Cornerstone in general. We can talk about the different things in the attachment, but at this point, we would like to hold off on adopting these until we can have some clarity on whose policy reigns supreme, so to speak. I figured we'd have a bunch of questions.
Kim, go ahead.
Thanks. And that's interesting because anyway, and was it referenced here that a lot of this state language was from 2017? Because the use of force at the state has been updated very recently. And I know that I've been told that our law enforcement in Hartford are already training with that new use of force policy. Either way.
You're throwing me off with the 2017, quite honestly. So now I'm kind of in one of those modes where I'm trying to figure out where. Are you thinking in the agenda memo, there's a date 2019? The town has adopted these over the years and the last one was in 2019?
I will double check.
Okay,
but I do have, basically equal, like the EEOP, equal opportunity, it was basically modeled on the state of Vermont state government EEO plan for fiscal year 2017. And part of that I thought I would like to address, especially if this is going back to the drawing board a little bit, is some of the language I think is a little dated that specifically.
I'm going to tell you, this is kind of not up to, this is from the VCDP. So I don't know if we, Town of Hartford, can line edit on this.
Okay.
But I can look.
Yeah, let me request
okay,
that they consider changing the terms sexual identity to gender identity, and also to from handicap to people with disability. Those would be, I think, more current terminology that would apply. I mean, there's sexual orientation and then it says sexual identity. And I think that would be in 2021 language, more appropriate as gender identity.
Let me do some work on where this came from and where our authority is to make minor changes.
Totally, because I feel like probably, I mean, anything at the state with equal opportunities that probably has changed since 2017. So including the use of force. So that would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
Thanks. Dennis next. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, I read this application somewhat thoroughly, and I was, for this type of application, I was a little puzzled on why this dealt with excessive force. And also the texting while driving, the last paragraph in this. I just don't know what these things and what I was thinking of this grant program for this had to do with what they're doing here. So I just wasn't seeing what that had to do with a grant for this public use facility. Especially the driving thing. That's like off campus. So I just don't know why it's in there. Kim has the answer.
Well, Mike might
Yeah,
also,
Mike,
but
and then we'll
I think-
I was
probably-
just-
I'm sure Lori does too.
Yeah, and maybe Lori can answer, because it seems, looking at this, like a lot of the things that we're supposed to abide by are either federal executive orders or, federal law. So I mean, are these funds that come from like HUD originally?
Yes,
And
yes,
so
they
we
do.
basically have to agree to everything they want to throw in there, maybe including things that seem irrelevant, like texting while driving. Is that kind of how it
Yes.
is? Okay.
Can we get at anything else?
Well, I think Lori clarified that this isn't an application for, it's basically meeting a criteria of the BCDP grant requirements. So they're saying, like, in order for you to receive this federal money, your policies have to be in line with these requirements. So it isn't specifically.
Okay,
Yeah, it seems like highway funds and the drinking age, how those are tied together, things like that. They basically have us agree to all this in order to get them.
all the extra stuff.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lori, did you have anything you want to add about this? We discussed a little bit, and we're going to, I think, postpone it for now till we get the clarity on the use of force.
Okay, that's not a problem. We have the time to do that. So,
Was there anything else you want to add or share with us?
no,
Okay.
I'm glad I came down
Okay.
early.
Great. Any questions for Lori while she's here from anybody? Okay. Thank you. So we'll put that back on the agenda when we have the answer to that, and we'll just wait for your time frame and that works and get in there. Okay.
Thank you all. Sorry about that quick little zigzag.
All right. So now town forest recreational plan.
I just text Matt about coming down.
Okay,
So
great.
I left and I said, I'll text him. So I'll go up, make sure he saw that.
My computer was displayed. showing yellow. Thank you, CATV, for making me an automatic ability to share these days. So that's really lovely.
Tracy, when do you foresee that? Sorry,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, so sorry. When do you foresee the application going back before us again, time-wise, for that Cornerstone?
We have until the spring. So we could wait to get through the holidays and do it possibly in January, just if we're all a little fatigued about meeting weekly and getting through the budget. Because I know that when we initially set this calendar, one of the things Dan and I talked about was just not, if nothing's due, not having a really long select board meeting since we're here every week and the holidays are coming. So we could easily wait until mid-January.
Is that delay gonna somehow halt them on anything or
No,
interfere
no,
with
we're
their?
we're
Okay.
good to go. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, like everything, it could cause a little bit of a delay, but it's not gonna derail the project in any.
Okay, it's a good thing. I like to see it not be held up by this. Thank you, sir.
The slowness of federal government sometimes is a blessing.
So there, Matt is on his way down. There are members of the Conservation Commission that also are part of the presentation. So he has contacted them and they're on their way as well.
Great, thank you.
So
Laura, will you go ahead and at least flip your name tags over for me? Awesome.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
can we move somebody else instead?
I don't know. I was gonna ask that. I don't know if we have enough time to move anything else, not really knowing exactly when he's coming. I'm assuming he's coming right down.
yeah, he's
Yeah.
coming right down and he can start it without the,
Yeah,
Okay,
the members, but he's on his way
We're waiting
down
for
right
those
now.
people. I just hate to see dead space, that's all. Thank you. So do we want to just make an announcement to people that are listening that we're waiting for?
I think we did, so they know.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah.
So,
We can't move on to the ordinances.
Well, I don't know if we'll have time. Do you want, I don't know, do you want to, I don't know if it'll be more confusing to start it and stop it, or do you want to just,
Oh,
there's
there it
that,
is.
perfect.
All right.
Okay.
Never mind.
I'm also on share screen, so I can't easily move over to the agenda without it making a funny little black box up there. So I was trying to kind of work the computer a little bit, but.
Matt, we're ready when you are. Thank you.
So Tom Kale and Angie Emerson of the Conservation Commission, I both talked to both of them. They are on their way.
Great.
So okay. So Angie Emerson and Tom Kale of the Conservation Commission, they've been working for the last several years on the recreation management in the town forest. So they'll be part of this presentation. Next slide, please. So we're very fortunate in Hartford that we have two large forested parcels side by side in the almost geographic center of the town. The town forest is 423 acres, and the Hurricane Wildlife Refuge is 142 acres. So combined, they're 565 acres. The town forest has been managed by the Conservation Commission since 1997. And originally, the town forest had two large reservoirs that were part of the town's drinking water supply, and they were phased out in the 1950s. And the dams remained, and then there were issues with the structural integrity of the dams, and the dam structures were taken out in the last 10 years for both of them and replaced by small ponds. The Hurricane Forest Wildlife Refuge is managed by the Parks and Recreation Department. It was gifted to the town in the early 1970s with deed restrictions. So there's no hunting allowed there, and there's limited use, pedestrian use. There's a pass-through trail for mountain bikes, and there's also a pass-through trail for snowmobiles to pass through the property. Next slide, please. Vermont has a long tradition of town-owned and managed forests. About 170 municipalities have 67,000 acres of forest land. So we're very fortunate to have these properties, and there's an extensive, the town forest is in the green, the Hurricane Forest Wildlife Refuge is in the pink. The town forest has an extensive trail system. There's 12.5 miles of trails. Originally, the trails in the town forest evolved from logging roads, skid roads. And in the past several years, there've been added trails that are much narrower. Next slide, please. So the Conservation Commission's been managing the property since '97. The first thing they did in 1998 was update the forest management plan. The original forest management plan was written in 1984 and was followed by some selective logging. The forest management plan was updated in 2011 and again last year by the Selectboard last fall. An amphibian inventory was done in 2010 on a bird habitat assessment the same year, as well as a wildlife habitat assessment. And bat habitat assessment done the following year. Next slide, please. In 2017, the town applied for and was selected as one of 10 Vermont communities in a pilot project to look at recreation planning in town forests. Two other Upper Valley towns, Bradford and Weathersfield, were also included in the 10-town project. The consultant SE Group out of Chittenden County, they were selected to do the work. They have extensive recreation planning experiences, and they really showed it and did a really fine job for us as well. They developed a template for the 10 towns, and with the intent of replicating these plans in other towns throughout the state. And now I'm going to pass it over to Tom Kale. He'll talk about the recreation planning process.
Yeah, so my name's Tom Kale. I'm the chair of the Conservation Commission. And for the next few slides, I'm just going to briefly summarize the process that we went through in formulating this plan. So as Matt mentioned, in 2018, we started the process with the SE group. That's this document right here, which is in your documents. We had extensive public outreach during this process. We started off in January of 2018 with a public meeting over in room 2 across the hall. There were, I think, 60, 70 people attended that thing. The consultant had boards up on easels, and you could use stickers to give your priorities and give your ideas. So it was easy to get public input. And as you reviewed this document, you see the details of the input that we got from the public. We also had a 17-member steering committee, of which 11 members were people of the public. They weren't part of the commission. They weren't part of the staff or anything. And we even have one of them right here. Tim Shaw was on that steering committee, one of the local residents out there. So then we had then there was a survey that the SE group did, and March, April, we had the survey. Most of the responses were electronic. I think at the town meeting in March of 18, we had a half a dozen people do hard copies, but we got pretty good responses, 103 community responses on that. So then we had 2 community meetings. We had a meeting in July, a public meeting for input that was out at the town forest. And then we had in October of 2018, this draft to the select board for just informational purposes. Next slide. So the 4 things that are up there are the priorities that came out of the SE group's survey and input from the town residents, the natural resources and habitat, recreation, education, demonstration, and timber and forest products. So, and that's detailed in the report, the percentages. They were pretty even. The timber was the least. And that the scales there sort of illustrates what the Conservation Commission tries to do in the town forest. We try to balance stewardship / conservation with human use, which is public was basically primarily recreation, whether it be mountain bikers or hunters or whatever. An actual mantra that the commission had during the process was, we said, this is a town forest. It's not a park. It's not Watson Park or, Kilowatt Park or something where people just go for recreation. On the other hand, it's not a wilderness area that we're going to just leave untouched and keep people out and do that sort of thing. So as we've developed our different plans, including the recreation plan, we've tried to go with that balance. Next slide. Okay, so the SE group finished the document that was in your thing in the fall of 18. But unlike the 2002 plan, it didn't address a lot of the details of the regulation, permitted uses, prohibited uses, things like that. It was more of a planning guide. And so in the next part of the presentation, Angie Emerson will go into the details. So we thought we needed to also include that sort of thing in a management plan, not just the planning part, but what can people do or can't do and to do that. The next slide. Sort of coincidental, simultaneously with the SC group, we also did a trails assessment in 2018. So we hired the Upper Valley Trail Alliance out of Norwich. They came and did walk the trails and did an assessment, noted on the trails which ones needed work, had erosion problems or other things. And we worked with that with the steering committee that was on the SC group. They came up with a spreadsheet that had a list of activities on the trails, what they suggested to do. Since then, since 2019, in 2019, we had two work days, one in May, one in September. We had one work day, didn't have any in 2020, and this year we had one in June. They've been pretty successful. We've had, I think we had about 30 people this June. Tim Shaw has been designing bridges for us and getting the crew, helping to get the crew out. We've had, building a bridge. It's a good thing, good project that people can relate to. This June, we had, I think, 3 families with young kids came out. That's great to see that. We usually finish work. Dennis Brown has been to at least 2 of them, if not all 3. We usually start about 8:30, 9 o'clock and go till noon and then have hamburgers and hot dogs for those folks that want to stay around for a little while. So it's a little bit of a community thing. The Youth Conservation Corps, we hired them last year. They did a reroute on one of the trails that was identified in the SE group that was a little more technical. Again, we had input from the local mountain bike community. They walked the trail with us and the consultant to agree on the route before we invested in it, because they're really a big part of a partner with us. Because of the pandemic last year, we had a virtual sign up where people signed up and said adopt a trail for the summer and to do work, that kind of stuff. We had pretty good response last year, probably 10 or 12. This year, we only had like 4 people signed up, but we had the work day in June, so I think a lot of people did that. But it's interesting, one of the groups is the Hartford Resource Center for the disabled and challenged kids, and they've been working on one of the trails this fall going out. Just had an email just the other day from them, so good community involvement with them. And then the assessment will go on. We still have work to do on the trail. It's like a house. There's always something to do. You're never done. Okay, the next one. And as I mentioned before, since this plan right here was more of a planning document than the rules, we decided to basically update the rules and regulations and stuff and make it simpler. So that was basically Angie's was the main person behind that. The original had 22 pages and a lot of history and other stuff. So we kind of, Angie and some other people boiled it down to the 5 pages that you see in the group right here. It's a little easier to read and understand. And so that combined with this makes a more comprehensive and readable document, we thought. So I guess, and this outlines 2 of the things, I guess. 2 of the biggest changes since 2002 were the reservoirs were drained around 2010-12, which changed some of the, there's no more fishing and swimming and that kind of stuff anymore. And the mountain biking is really, and continues to become more popular than it was back then. So that's, the next slide is. Oh, okay. This is the process then for the process that we had for this, for the rules and regulation document. So we had a draft up on the listserv in July of 2020 and had input. Then we had a public meeting in October of 2020. That was pretty well attended. We had, I don't know, a dozen people maybe, or 10 people, whatever. We got some comments, some changes. So we made a revision in December. In January, we resent that document out by email via most of the attendees at the meeting, as well as hard copies to the abutting landowners to the town forest, so that they would all know what to, and we had a comment period through February of this year. And I don't think it changed much, Matt. I don't think we got the comments we got back after that public meeting, after we changed it after the public meeting. I don't think we had many changes at all after that. So explain it to him what the document is.
Next slide. Can you get a microphone?
Yeah.
We're gonna need Andrew to have a microphone. You're not gonna get picked up on Zoom. So there you go.
There we are. So the original recreation plan that was adopted in 2002 covered everything. It was an attempt to summarize the history of the town forest, what time it opened, what time it closed, what uses were prohibited. And so much has happened since then. We thought that there was a real challenge in pulling together all of this information in a way that made sense, so that both those of us on the Conservation Commission now and in the future could make sense of it all. So we decided to begin with the recreation plan, and we took out of that plan everything that dealt with like rules and regulations, and really focused on just what recreation was going to look like in the town forest. And that's going to be part 4 of a master document about how we manage the town forest. So the recreation plan, it's not that we took out a lot of information and reducing it from 21 to 4 pages. We've just moved a lot of that information into other sections of what will eventually be a comprehensive manual. There were, because of the changes that happened, we did update some guidelines to reflect the uses that are going on and some of the issues that we have going on, and addressed thoughtfully about what our role was in terms of recreation management, because we're not parks and recreation. So what are we trying to do here? And it was clear that we needed an annual work plan for what we needed to do. And we also needed an updated trails map, because the ones that we had out there really were, I don't know how many of you have been out there and tried to walk using the old map, but you could easily get lost, and you wouldn't be lost for very long, a lot now. So the next slide. So we changed very few uses that were out there. I think it's page 25 of the materials that you had is a little chart of everything that was permitted under the 2002 plan and under the 2021 plan. There are actually very few changes. The big changes came because of the change in the reservoir and because of the mountain biking. So we have, and of course, e-bikes are the newest phenomenon that we've had to deal with. So we got some input on that. But there's not, the snowmobiles tweaked a little bit, ATVs tweaked a little bit, but but really there are relatively few changes other than just updating what was there. So the next slide. That's, you can't read it, but it's 25 of your materials. But if you're really interested, it goes down through each activity. So the next slide. So what we're really wanting the select board to do is understand that what we have done is try to develop a recreation plan, and the document that was produced by our work with the SE group is really our planning tool. So as we move into the future and new activities emerge, and perhaps there's increasing demand for the town forest, we see this plan produced by the SE group is our planning guide, which we will leave as an attachment as part of our overall plan of work and recreation management in the town forest. That's where we are.
Great, thank you. Questions? Danny, go ahead. Danny, go ahead.
Okay. I have 4 questions, I guess. Knowing that Hartford Town Forest is managed by you folks and Hurricane Wildlife is Parks and Rec, where's the overlap as far as like logging plans? The first, I guess, my question. Is it the same logging plan for everything up there?
Originally, they were included as part of the forest management plan. There was a change made several years back whereby it was, since there had been very little logging in the Hurricane Forest Wildlife Refuge for so many years, it was becoming like an old growth forest. So the idea was to let it be as an old growth forest and then focus on forest management and timber harvesting in the town forest.
Okay. And then the next question I guess I have is there, from where the town forest is to Hurricane, in terms of the rules and regulations for hiking, mountain biking, and such like that? Because will somebody know when they cross over, I guess, to be able to find out, whether they're still allowed to go into certain areas?
So, well, a good example is the Hurricane Forest Wildlife Refuge doesn't allow mountain biking, but they created a section of trail that allows one to mountain bike through the Hurricane Forest Wildlife Refuge to the town forest, so that the Parks and Rec Department allowed that change.
So someone that's coming off of
That's a good question. I don't think there is a sign that says no mountain biking in the wildlife refuge. I don't recall seeing a mountain bike symbol with a red.
how would somebody know when they get up there? I think it's something that we have to definitely put out there.
I've seen one at the top of WB Brown Trail.
Mhm.
The signpost that set several of those.
It has no mountain bike.
Going from the town forest to.
That would be at the intersection.
Whether or not there's one on the right reservoir.
Yeah, because it's a new thing. It might be something to look into. And then the last thing I had, 2 questions, I guess, roll into one, is that because you're allowing mountain biking up there in certain areas, have you reached out to the shops, the mountain bike shops, or your area, to let them know that this is available to them and what the policies are, so that we can actually get use and advertise what great things we have in the town forest? And then the other thing is that when we do have mountain bikes up there, I think there should be some sort of enforcement aspect. And I know it's going to be difficult to do that, but the trails could be torn up. I mean, I understand you're doing it as a trial basis, but is there something in place that allows us to bar in certain individuals that perhaps do cause destruction up there? Not from mountain biking.
Well, your first question related to working close, talking to the mountain bike shops. We've established a closer working relationship with the Upper Valley Mountain Bike Association. So they're kind of the conduit for communication to the mountain biking community.
Okay.
As far as,
But it is a dichotomy, you know. We went to town forest to be used by people and to be recreation. But, you know, it is also conservation is one of the intents, and we don't want it to become, you know, intent is not to have it become like a Scutney Trail Parks or East Burke or some destination mountain bike. I mean, we want people to use it, but we don't want it to be loved to death. And that's that balance that we're trying to, like the commission would like to not have quite so many mountain bike trails, but they've been used and they're used. So we're, you know, so that's where we're at, Lanny. You know, we're trying to, you know, it should be used by the town. People need to use it, but we don't want to promote it as a destination. I mean, we might, yeah. So we're like, it's a bike park. Like there's a, you know, right now we're talking with the Upper Valley Mountain Bike Association about a memorandum of understanding. And one of the things they have is they have this trail, what's it called? Trail port, you know, it's online and everything where people can go. And we in the past, we have not asked to have our trail map on there just because
It is on.
It's not accurate, I guess. And we are putting signs up. We're going to have some, you know, it's kind of difficult to find the trail, the town forest, if you don't really know. So some wayfinding signs when the Public Works is able to get to that, you know, that's in the works. So
I really appreciate the 1 year trial that you guys are doing on the mountain biking, because I definitely think that'll give you a good idea of what happens in the town forest after that year from mountain biking. E-bikes, well, it is mountain bikes as well. Are mountain bikes only for this 1 year, correct?
no, e-bikes.
E-bikes.
Just e-bikes.
So
E-mountain
mountain
bikes.
bikes have been allowed then.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so,
For
okay,
years.
so,
But not in the wildlife refuge, as Matt said. That's a pretty clear distinction.
okay, it'll be interesting to see what the report is. Thank you. That follows up my other questions.
Dennis, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in and presenting this. I was looking through the management and rules of use, and it says under number 2, it says C number 2, it says post signs where any trail leaves the town forest and goes on to private land. Are they up there? Because I've been up there not in recent times, but fairly recently, and I don't ever remember seeing that.
There's only one spot where a trail goes. It's the easy up trail that's on the northern part of the town forest. And there is not on that trail. That was one of the items for the workday this year, and you didn't have quite enough people to do that.
Okay.
It's in the works. The other places, like when you leave on Reservoir Road, Dennis, you know, there's a sign you are leaving, and the Simon's Way Trail, those are up there.
Yeah, I think I've seen those, but I thought that was a good idea. I just didn't, if they're there, I missed them. So I just was curious.
Well, there was a time when there were several trails that went into private property, but we worked with the mountain bike community to close some of those because we didn't have permission. But several people did go and talk to the one landowner that is permitted, and they were very, very kind and very generous in saying, yes, by all means.
Good collaboration there. And can you just remind us all, I'm just curious on what, if any, the recreation folks had, you know, as far as collaboration with this plan or any of this. Can you just remind us what that may or may not have been?
so since the Conservation Commission got involved in managing the property, with working with the Parks and Rec Department, the Parks and Rec Director, Tad Nunez, was involved early on. And then when Scott Hausler became the director, he participated, was in on the steering committee for this recreation management plan in 2018.
Okay.
So in the plan itself, it talks about, you know, maintaining a close working relationship with the Parks and Rec Department.
That's what I was looking for. That's good to hear. Thank you very much.
Joe, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When there's a weather event, like there was earlier this summer, and trees come down, is there a plan to go in and with cleanup in those trails? Because it could become dangerous if trees fall down and the like.
Yes, we're highly reliant on volunteers. There was a wind shear in the Hurricane Forest Wildlife Refuge was hit much harder than the town forest. We did have some trees down in the town forest, but there were volunteers who went out and helped clean things up. So that's, we don't have staff working in the town forest, so we rely on volunteers. But there is a good communication line with people who are out in the town forest frequently, and they can report problems like trees going down, and then we can get volunteers out there.
And to be perfectly honest, it's really kind of done. There's a couple of local people in town, one of resident up there that just goes out and kind of does it. They just, they have ownership. The residents have ownership in the town forest, and they, it looks like after that event, there was one trail, the warm-up trail that there was like three trees down, and the new bridge that had been put in June didn't get washed away, but it had debris against it. And they just went out. We went up there a few days later, and it had already been cleaned up by these residents that just go out and do it.
Tremendous. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mike, go ahead.
Thank you, Dan. I have one question about one of the proposed changes to one of the recreational uses for educational activities. It seems like it's going from allowed with permission to allowed with a permit. Could you just tell me sort of what the activities are and what you sort of envision the permitting process sort of achieving?
Well, the idea was to actually come up with a form to get as much information as we can of what they're proposing to do.
Okay,
I
so
think that's
more of an
a-
informational
More
gathering. Okay, and there's no fee associated.
There wouldn't be, no. And
Okay.
Our idea would have quick turnaround.
Gotcha. All right, thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, this has been super informative. I'm curious if the Conservation Commission itself and or any of the public comments had any opinions about the status of Wright's Reservoir being drained, if it's just fine as is. Has there been any concern about?
No, not
status?
with the
No,
public
no.
comments we received for the town forest recreation plan.
And
Although I was talking to a resident the other day, and he said, because we're thinking of doing a timber harvest sort of thing. And I was warned that don't make it, communicate a lot, don't have it like the right reservoir.
Yeah.
But that was.
so, I mean, as the commission, do you feel comfortable with it just being as is, like that it's just a closed structure and not needed to be revisited, or is there any?
It's not our responsibility to write reservoir.
Right, I guess
Right.
I'm asking for, okay.
And but in opinion, I have a personal opinion, but that's.
Okay, well, yeah.
I'm not in the commission, I'm sitting here on the commission, so I don't really want
Excellent, okay, thank you.
to say that.
Okay, I have two quick questions for you. Are any of the trails ADA compliant? Or portions?
No,
So it might be something potentially just to consider as, to make the town more accessible for those individuals that need special accommodations. So that we certain one or a part of one that might
Yeah.
be accessible for them. And this says you're looking for us to adopt this and on a recommendation of information. So is this going to just technically going to come back to us at another point for us to adopt this, or what's our procedure here? So I'm just trying to figure that out.
well, it's really up to you whether you're comfortable with adopting it at this point, or whether you'd want us to come back and.
But because it was warned as being just informational, I don't think we can adopt it tonight. I don't think that means that you have to come back to present. I think we just put it on the agenda for another time. Can we do it?
I'm deferring to my expert, which is Lana, and she's saying that if you choose to, you can.
Okay, we can, okay.
Particularly because in the action requested, I mean, it has been warned that there's some
Okay.
recommended it's requested to be adopted.
Then just want to make sure we're all on the same page here, whatever. So, okay, if it's okay, then we can, if people decide to.
I'm less comfortable
mess
about
up
doing
later?
that now because it was warned information myself.
She's my sister.
Yanni? Yeah, I guess I kind of feel that way too. I don't think you need to come back, but I think we need to just put it back on the agenda for 5 minutes and say, this was presented at this meeting. You can go back and review it if you want to. We've all asked questions. If the public has any more questions, you can be on the phone or whatever, or here in person either way, and they can ask them, and then we can just sort of push it through. But I think it's important that we make sure that we have that. It was given everyone who wants to make an opportunity to comment, that they have that opportunity. So, and I think that can probably just be 5 or 10 minutes, just to make sure that we're doing it properly in case there's any question. All right, thank you very much. That's great. Lots of information.
you.
there.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Jagger,
Yeah, oh, sorry, Dennis.
was there any citizen comment?
Oh, I don't know. Kim
There's not.
usually lets me know. Thank you.
But sometimes I.
Floor here?
It's good. Yeah, it's good.
Is there an opportunity?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, come on.
Sorry,
come on,
I'm
yeah.
just in charge of the Zoom.
Hi there, my name's Tim Shaw. Tom introduced me earlier. I was part of the whole process here, and I just wanted to say what a great process it turned out to be. This is exactly how these things should be handled. A lot of public input, a lot of listening by the Conservation Commission members about everybody's personal interests in the management plan. I think the outcome has been great. The very few changes, a lot of specifics went into those very minor changes, a lot of discussions about the e-bikes and things like that. The real reason I'm standing up here tonight is because there is a component to this recreation plan. That's what this is all about, recreation. But we're about to embark on a logging operation in there, the forest management plan, which for the grand sum of $4,400, we're going to do some pretty extensive logging on about 43 acres and affect about 2 miles of trails in there. And my question to the select board, or my request to the select board, is to ask a couple of basic questions about whether or not this is really what we want to do in one of our prime recreation areas, is to log it commercially with, and I understand what the 4 main purposes are. But I think there was a lot of expectations about what the benefits were going to be monetarily that aren't coming to fruition. And I don't think there's been a whole lot of thought put into about what the true costs in both loss of recreational opportunities, damage to town roads, and what it's actually going to take to reestablish that recreational plan out there. We've got great resources in this town, but we've blown a couple of big ones. Rates Reservoir, okay? You were out, that was my citizen's comment to Tom when you asked about that. Yeah, that's a really sore point. We really screwed up in my professional opinion, but we had to do that. It was a public safety issue. I totally understand it. This logging is totally by choice, okay? I would just ask the select board to ask some very specific questions before we sign a contract to go out there and log this parcel of land. I'm not against logging. I think it can be done. I think we have the perfect resources within our town infrastructure in the Hartford Area Career and Technology Center to be able to go and do it on a small scale, do it restoratively, where as we log a section, we put things back the way it ought to be and not have to rely on calling volunteers again to go out and fix something that we, graciously accepted $4,400 for the millions of board feet of lumber that we're going to take out of there. Thank you.
Thank you. Andy, go ahead.
Oh, this should be something perhaps to Matt. And there something in the logging plan that we can put into place that they have to restore the trails and the roads, and they have to like mulch out where it is they've taken out trees, so we can restore it to somewhat of a like scenic area. Can we put that into the logging plan?
Yeah, I mean, there is a forest management plan. It was adopted by the select board last year, and we're trying to implement that plan. And we do have a county forester who's been working with the Conservation Commission to develop this timber harvest. It did go out to bid, and we have received one bid. It was initially went out to bid this summer. We received one bid, and we were hoping to get more than one bid. We got us in the second RFP. We got the same bid from the same logger. The logger does have an excellent reputation. They've actually done work at the Marsh Millings Rockefeller property, so we know that they do good work and that they're going to leave the town forest in very good shape. We had 2 timber harvests in 2005 and 2008. We didn't have any complaints from the public on those 2 small scale timber harvests.
So I would direct back to Mr. Shaw. Do you know of these harvests that took place, and do they restore the forest?
I don't recall those specifically. I don't know.
But I guess I just want to say the intention of the Conservation Commission is to make sure that there are not impacts on the existing recreation trails out there. So when the logger leaves, there'll be an effort to clean up any sort of areas where there may be impacting trails.
I mean, we have not made specific plans yet because we don't have a contract, and, you know, in the contract, in the bidding language, there was things about, like Matt said, you have to clean up the trail and that sort of thing, to a certain degree. But we haven't gotten to the level of detail of saying this trail will be cleaned up at this time by these people, because we have to get the contract. We have talked in general, like with the Hartford Area Career and Technical Center, the natural resources class, and they are willing to, you know, they've been coming out to the town forest, particularly this fall. They've come out and did chainsaw training, and they're right now in the process of thinning out some of the trees that are non-merciable for just for their class, for the training. They're working with the county forester and John Boughton, who's a forester on the commission, and doing this, you know, it's training and helping us to meet the management plan as well as training for them. You know, they've agreed in concept to help clean up some of the trails. I mean, most of the proposed this winter and next winter, perhaps, if it doesn't get done this winter, are not on, purposely it's been arranged to not impact a lot of trails. But there will be a section, the northern section, that will have to be closed for part of the during the commercial logging operation. The parking lot will be left open. I mean, that's costing us money as far as what you're going to get from the logger, because you have to make other arrangements to have a log landing. That was the log landing on the previous log, and you know, it's all set, it's flat, but the fact that recreation is important even in the winter, you know, we're not going to close. So we've had that. So we're very conscious. We've done a fair amount of outreach so far. We've had the posters up on the kiosk and on some of the trails explaining it's been on the listserv for a year about the management and the timber harvest and all this sort of thing. And we've kind of been stymied actually with this contractual stuff that Matt described. You can't put the cart before the horse.
So I'm going to steal something from my colleague, Mr. Brown. And one of the lines that he stated in the past is that forests do pretty good managing themselves on their own. Maybe I'm misquoting it, but I understand where Mr. Shaw was saying that if we do have a large impact on our trails and our roads and our infrastructure, maybe we should take a step back and look at this from a smaller scale perspective. And I don't really have a good grasp of what the logging plan is up there, but I think that maybe there's a way to meet in the middle on this thing. In terms of, I'm not sure what the vision is that Mr. Shaw would have. But town forests do pretty well if they're on, I mean, forests do pretty well if they're left alone, but there should be somewhere where we can meet to address the needs of forest management and trail protection. That's all aspect. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Dennis, do you have something?
Just quickly, most of my thoughts have been covered. And I just hope the citizens' input is taken into account here. And I do wonder if we're late in the game as far as changing the forest management plan that's in the works. So it would be good maybe when they come back to hear more about that.
Great, sounds good. Anyone else?
The logging plan, I mean. Yeah.
All right, we'll see if we can pull up that logging plan at some point for review, just so people can see it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, ready for parking?
Okay. So we are. There you go. We are back about the parking ordinance, and your agenda memo just kind of lays out some of the steps that we have to perform after you all vote to approve the language in an ordinance. So that first adoption or approval of language happened in August, late August, and we also attached a copy of the proposed ordinance to your agenda memo. And these were the three major steps that my staff took after that meeting to comply with the requirements of ordinances, which we made sure is in the minutes. And we posted it in 5 conspicuous places in town. Many thanks to the library, Bugby, the police department, fire department, public works. They get emails from us. They print them out and actually post them for us. We don't have to go out there with a hard copy. And we published it in the Valley News on September 7th, 2021. Voters were eligible to petition the ordinance, whether they wanted a change, they didn't want it to go forth, they wanted it to look different in either direction within 45 days of adoption. That ended on October 7th, and we did not receive any petitions. The ordinance will become effective on October 23rd, which is Saturday, which is why we're here today. In order to record the ordinance, if you all want to go forward with it still, you must sign the ordinance recording on or after this date. Since we're meeting weekly at this time, I brought it forth today because in theory, during the special budget meeting, if you make this choice to go forward on the final adoption of the parking ordinance, you can all sign on Tuesday when you're here for the special budget meeting.
Questions, anyone? Kim, go ahead.
Thanks. I'm very happy to go forward with this. My one question is, considering the experience we're having with the supply interruption of signage, getting signage, do you anticipate that it will take a long time to be able to get the signage for like the South Main Street lot or any of the municipal lots? And if so, would these be enforceable if they're like, how will it be signed even if we can't get professional signs in time?
If we get the signature and we can finalize approval, then we'll get in line for signs. Right now, depending on the type of sign, we are looking for multiple weeks. Again, we could end up with a large piece of paper laminated and as much information as we can get to people until we can actually get signage out there. But I and the staff can't put in orders for something that isn't officially, so we couldn't get in line. We can't get in line until Tuesday. So we're prepared to get in line for the signs, but until it's finally adopted, we really shouldn't be going out to get quotes and incurring costs.
Totally understandable. And I guess I would just, for the record, would only enforce this if it were properly signed. That I guess would be my personal opinion.
And just to piggyback on what Kim was saying, if there were warnings prior to this or something to that effect, I think that unless, our citizens know exactly what they can or cannot do, that it's properly signed, then, you know, then we can enforce the ordinance completely. So I agree with Tim. I know, isn't it?
Lanny, and then that's.
Thank you. The one thing that I've noticed here, it's a good plan so far. One thing I did notice though is that it doesn't address one thing that we've got going on down to the VFW lot, in that we've got a snowplow that's dropped down there. And I'm not sure how you're going to be able to enforce the snowplow actually being off the vehicle, being moved and out of the way, because, and there may be something in there that will allow us to do that, but it's been dropped in one place and left there. And that should be moved out of that lot.
Let me take a look at that. I think I can't speak for Brad Vale, who is usually my subject matter expert on the definition of a vehicle. But we'll look at what our definition of a vehicle is, and if that includes possibly vehicle attachments such as a snowplow.
Thank you. That's the only thing that I have for comment. Other than that, I agree with posting it, but it's good. Thanks.
Dennis, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in both of the municipal parking lots and the Wilder Parking Road, number 1 says you can't park there more than 7 days. And I was just curious if for some reason somebody wanted to park there, get on the train and take a 2-week vacation, if there was a possibility of having an extension, if they let us know about it. Say if they're on a 2-week vacation or something, and so they wanted to park there, if that's something that we could allow or never be allowed, or just don't do it.
Right now, is this ordinance? No.
Yeah.
It could be, in thinking through kind of implementation of that could be a pretty huge administrative lift.
Yeah.
Because we'd have to inform almost every town employee who might be driving by and going, that red Honda Accord is there still. And if we mistakenly missed that somehow, that could be kind of a negative experience for all of us. Say we had a new police officer that missed that moment in the briefing, we could have a little bit of a struggle there. In terms of that, we would encourage you to get a drop off from a friend, have a friend move your car, anything like that. But 7 days is a pretty clear criteria for enforcing this for police and fire who have enforcement.
Yeah, I was trying to think if we were to allow that, how that could work. And after applying for an extension, if through our department or through off the internet or something, if they had a note in the dash that says, I've got permission to be here, that's my words, but something on that effect. But I understand it'd be hard to administer, but I just thought I'd ask. I'm glad these questions about the signs have been popped up, because I'm totally on board with all that too. And I was a little curious on number 2, why we're discouraging the taxi or the commercial, the ride share operation kind of thing. At least for the parking ride, it seems like that's something that could be complementary.
Well, we have had individuals park their taxi there, drive over every morning in their personal car, leave their personal car, and then go out in their taxi and do their work, and then come back, drop their taxi off and leave for their home in their personal car. And it does open some liability for us that they're considering at their base of operation. So if you are just swinging through to pick somebody up on Uber or Lyft, that's fine. But if you are using that as a base of business operation for commercial enterprise, that's a whole different ballgame.
I misinterpreted that. I thought it was the later of what you said. I didn't think about the actual driver parking there. So I'm good with it. Thank you.
Kim, I just wanted to number 1, the train station has its own parking lot, so there's one thing. But also, I think if we did make that kind of exception for travelers, I mean, anyone who lives downtown and uses that parking lot and wants to go on vacation or just wants to leave their car, they could ask for an exception. So I guess I hadn't thought about that, because when you first said it, I was like, oh, that sounds like a good idea. But then, anyway, just processing it all the way through, I definitely think Tracy's assessment makes sense.
Thank you.
The comments? All right.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to, wherever it is here, I'd like to move that we sign the ordinance according to the ordinance recording. Oh, so this was what we're gonna do next week. We're gonna move it today, but sign it next week.
Yeah.
I'd like to move that. Thank you.
And is there a second? Thanks, Liz.
Second.
Second, Joe. Sorry, what? Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I'd just like to make sure that we have something in it that addresses that plow. It implements, it's, because that thing sits there and it's gonna be an issue if it doesn't get moved.
So to change any language in this ordinance, we're gonna come back, we're gonna start the whole clock all over again and repost it.
I would also wager that the plow, and we can get more clarification from Brad Vale, but I would assume that the plow is not a vehicle. It is not the vehicle that this ordinance is referring to. So there could be a different, set of policies or approach to the plow, but that feels a little bit separate from what this ordinance is achieving. We're trying to achieve.
Yes.
Just to add to that, I've seen the plow too, and it does take up a parking space, so it's a thing.
Maybe we can find out whose plow it is and send it home.
If we're picking up the jury's severers, maybe we can deliver the plow to who's ever using it. But let me take a look at the plow, and then we can consider if there's something else that we can do to move that plow along.
It would seem to me that parking spaces for a vehicle, and we would have plenty of leeway to tow something that's not supposed to be there, so for what it's worth.
Yeah.
I just see it. I'm not sure if it's used for commercial purposes, the person that owns it, for plowing driveways, for whatever they use it for, but if it sits there between storms and we're trying to get the storms cleaned up, it's gonna be an issue for us. And that's why it really needs to be addressed, that plow is out of there when we're trying to do our work down there cleaning up after storms, between storms, or that this man's not using it or whatever. Gentlemen or
Yeah, I think everyone's agreeing with you, Lanny. I think we're gonna explore it in a different way and find out whose it is and how to remove it.
It's
Because it
an
shouldn't,
issue.
as Mike said, shouldn't be in a parking space. It's not a vehicle. So I think that will happen, just not really specifically in this ordinance for all those reasons that you mentioned.
Yeah, thank you.
Any questions or comments?
Lynn, are we good on motions and approvals and so? Okay.
So we have to vote on this one.
Vote.
Yeah. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. Next up will be proposed ordinances.
All right, speaking of ordinances, now that we've been through this process once recently together, we have two other ordinances that have come up either during public comment or other sort of communication with you all. And staff, including me, need some guidance on whether we want to go forward on either one of these ordinances, because they do take time and there are costs associated with them. So in your agenda packet, there's the agenda memo that has both of the proposed ordinance ideas, sign regulations for both public and private property, and discharging firearms in areas of where there are residences. All I've done for you all today is provide some information on kind of what we need to do with next steps, including on if Hartford is in their rules as of the Dillon's rules state to do these ordinances. So that would probably be the first step. And then getting guidance from you all on what some of the main topics you'd like for both of those ordinances. So that way staff, if we can move forward, can begin drafting those and looking for model ordinances from other Vermont municipalities.
Thanks. Benny, go ahead.
Two concerns that I have. One is sign regulations. Narrow that down a little bit, I guess, as far as what the signs are that's we're regulating. And then the discharge firearms in areas where there are residences. That's, to me, is very subjective. We have a Hartford Rod and Gun Club up on Wildlife Road, and they're near residences. That is, residences are within that area. So I think that really needs to be flushed out a lot, because that would basically disavow hunting in the town of Hartford, because we have a lot of residences, and what is near a residence, you know, areas where there are residences, what does that mean? That would be I think a huge one to try to flush out a little bit more, because that would basically take away hunting everywhere in the town of Hartford, because there's residences all over the place. And as I said, the Hartford Rod and Gun Club is they have a lot of activities out there, and they're at Wildlife Road, and there are houses nearby. So definitely look into that one. Thank you.
Yep. Kim, go ahead.
I think that the phrasing here is not an actual proposed ordinance. I mean, it would be basically Tracy's asking if we would like to have staff take the time to prepare a presentation that would potentially propose these ordinances. So there's not, there would be a lot more fleshed out specifics and details. This is the general overall concept that has been brought to us by community members.
Yeah,
Joe, go ahead.
That's what I was doing.
And Lanny, for that particular, there are municipalities that have exceptions. I think Brattleboro is one of them that has exceptions for rod and gun clubs and things of that nature that are near. I think this is, I know some you have to be so many yards away. I know that Hartford in particular can't shoot near in the direction of a street. So I think to look at some other municipalities, I agree with you wholeheartedly as far as that, to make sure that language is correct. Also, as far as the sign is concerned, I think one of the things that I think is important in narrowing down what words are we exactly looking at, what words are offensive, or that's difficult. And what's covered by free speech and what's not. So that has to be flushed out, and obviously looking at other municipalities around the state and what they have is important. I know what this is particularly referring to, which is offensive, but it's important that we have the correct language, and there's no ambiguity in the language for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So yeah, I think it's really important to know there's a Vermont sign ordinance. So I think we need to consult that, as other municipalities in the area have had some big issues, and make sure that we seek legal counsel as to what Joe said, what specifically we could potentially restrict and how we do that. In that sort of being the first step, I think is going to be important with both the potential ordinances. The questions or comments, Kim?
I guess just knowing, I mean, it's seeming like there might be a general consensus to ask you to move forward in the process. And I know that you and staff are exceptionally operating at maximum capacity. So like, what would be a realistic time frame for if we did ask you to pursue this? What would we be looking at with, like, in a reasonable way?
Yeah, I think that the first step actually kind of takes it out of all of our hands, and that we would need to understand if we were authorized by the legislature to adopt ordinances on this topic. So that kind of takes it out of all of our hands, including staff, because we would need to get a legal opinion on if we even could move forward on anything even broadly related to these topics, or if we were only able to regulate and perform ordinances around a very specific topic. So that's the first unknown. And in terms of that, that would depend on when we could get that sort of opinion. I personally, I probably would also just start doing some Googling and reaching out to my fellow town managers and seeing, you know, what they know about these topics and about doing ordinances. And that's going to be a little bit of an unknown timeline, but we do know that we're going into budgets for most towns in Vermont and the holidays. So I can anticipate that generally response times will get slower as we move into that period of time. I could see being able to come back in January or in December and saying a little bit of a magic 8-ball, outlooks looks good, or you know what, y'all, we're treading on some interesting and new waters, and maybe we need to reevaluate where we go with that. But I didn't want to incur that cost and take that time without hearing from all of you and letting folks kind of discuss this with you all.
I have to agree with Joe. It's a very slippery slope sometimes when we talk about sign ordinances and language versus our rights for free speech. Even though some speech is offensive, is that speech still allowed under our rights? And that's very, although it's not perceived as being acceptable to one person, to others it may be. So yeah, and I hate to see you doing that dive on that, because I think personally that one's going to be a huge amount of time. Got to do it.
Other questions or comments?
Oh, thanks. I don't know if we're there yet. Hold on a second. I mean,
Any other comments from the floor in the room first? Okay, we'll go to the Zoom call.
okay,
Thank
yeah,
you.
go ahead, bring over Eric.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Eric Krause, Town of Hartford. I guess my question's a little bit late here in the process, but I was wondering, for the purposes of context, could someone explain some history or the rationale behind at least the concepts for these two ordinances? What problems? I mean, I can imagine a whole host of problems, but what problems specifically is the town trying to solve or address or avoid with the two ordinance concepts? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you for that question, Eric, simply because I know some citizens may not know specifically why we're even bringing this up. There are several signs with profanity directed towards a political candidate in the yards of several people in Hartford. That's the sign ordinance, and why this is being brought up, and the profanity part of it is directed at that. There is also, as far as the gun ordinance, there have been kind of random target practice shootings in yards indiscriminately in the town, and that ordinance is to address that specifically, that there is some rhyme or reason to have a target practice in in a safe and effective manner. So that's why these two ordinances are coming into fruition.
Joe, Kim.
Just to add, and these issues were both brought to us by members of the public. And so that's specifically why we tried to address them,
or several members of the public.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's not a gun ordinance.
Right, just
Say
introduce
your
yourself.
name and where you're from.
Melinda Brooks, Manger. As previously addressed when we brought this up, myself and Kathy Phipps, it's restricted firearm zones. It's not a gun ordinance. It's looking at the community as a whole and saying where, like, looking at zoning and applying zoning ordinances, or, you know, your philosophy of, you know, McDonald's or, you know, Mascoma Bank. You don't want people shooting guns down there. It's the same thing for me. So it's not a gun restricting guns, it's restricted firearm zones. Letting people know that within neighborhoods, which I know that a lot of us have, you can look out the back door and you're seeing trees, or, you know, it seems very rural, but 150 feet away, somebody's shooting a gun. You know, as a matter of fact, there was gunshots going on Sunday. I thought, oh, cool. We haven't had it for a while. And for an hour and a half, I heard gunshots. Now I couldn't even see anybody. So do I want to let the dog out? You know, people like to walk around up and down the street. That's all I'm saying. It's not, yeah.
Thank you.
Put a little thought in it.
Any other questions or comments? Mike? Go ahead.
Just looking at this, I mean, I think to me, this is just a question of whether we want to spend the staff time and resources to flesh out these proposals that the public have brought to us to a point where we can actually debate them and see something before us. I mean, you know, certainly any concerns you're talking about shooting guns or with expressing yourself with signs, certainly there might be some issues there. But, you know, this, I think, is just that initial step to follow through and get us something to look at later down the line. So I would support that we take that step.
Was that a motion or you?
I could make a motion, I suppose.
Go ahead if you'd like to.
All right. Well, I move that the select board direct the town manager to continue the process for drafting proposed ordinances addressing sign regulations for both public and private property and discharging firearms in areas where there are residences.
I'd like to second that.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Thank you. Okay. And that will bring us to a break. So we'll take a break and we'll see you back here at 5:08.
Oh, it was so good. Yeah.
call this meeting back to order at 5:08. And we'll start with the HCOREI policy recommendations. I'm not sure who's presenting that.
Maybe John.
Yeah.
I'm back up.
John.
He's gonna-
Oh, okay.
I might be able to screen share, but I'm a panelist. So I'm gonna try out. Although, yeah. I just want to turn that.
John, is it the same slides that are already in our packet? Should we just screen share that, or is there additional changes to what's on your flash drive?
The last slide is different.
Okay.
Is different, or the second to the last slide. There were a couple edits.
Gotcha. Never mind.
So I just gonna ask the same thing, Ally, because if there's something else coming up there, I wonder what it is. Thank you, Ally.
Yep.
More sharper than I am, and faster.
Thanks. Okay, John Hall. I'm the chair of the Hartford Committee on Racial Equity and Inclusion. We have a couple of recommendations for you that came out of our policy working group. And I will pause for a moment for the screen sharing to happen.
Almost there. I mean, at least
Sure.
just loading the PowerPoint.
So if anyone came in later in the meeting and you haven't signed in, we ask that you sign in at the table at the back before you go, please. Thank you.
Okay, there we go. Great. I'll just give a little background and then the recommendation, which itself is quite brief, but it has a couple different components that I wanted to break down for you. And give some examples for context and then take questions. So, all right, so the Hartford Committee on Racial Equity and Inclusion when we were initially formed, we had one charge, and then about a year into our tenure, we recommended that the select board and the school board expand our charge and give us a new, give some examples for context. Give us a new set of objectives to focus on, and one of them being a recommendation that that we make recommendations to the school district and the town about ways in which both the town and the schools can endeavor to identify biased outcomes and disparities leading to social inequity, including the impact of town bylaws, ordinances, and policies. So we formed this working group. Actually, we've looked at this on and off over the last 2 years, and one of the consistent challenges for us is actually getting access to policies, or if we get the policy, finding out which is the most recent version of a policy. Does it apply to the town as a whole or to a particular department? Answers to these questions are not always clear, and it's not always clear who to ask. And so we came up with kind of an overall strategy for clarifying these questions, especially in light of other residents who would benefit from having this kind of access. So we could go to the next slide, please. So yeah, as you say, the findings of town policies are currently difficult to access and are not searchable, meaning text searchable, a specific item of text within the policy. So the recommendation is that in order to promote transparency and accessibility of town ordinances and policies, the Hartford Committee on Racial Equity and Inclusion recommends that the Select Board direct the town manager to adopt the following actions around policy management. First is to create a policy on policies, and we'll go into what that means. And then compile a complete list of existing policies for all departments. And finally, adopt a digital policy storage system that improves the usability and meets accessibility requirements. So I'll start with the policy on policies, and I'm also going to ask you to, oh, we skipped one.
Sorry.
You just hold questions until I get to the end of this, and it's not a really long presentation, because I would like my co-chair to come up and also be able to field some of these questions or answer, because she's largely led the effort to create this recommendation. So a single policy that determines how town policies are created, edited, reviewed, approved, revised, maintained, implemented, enforced, communicated to employees and community members. So the idea is to have a kind of base policy document that directs how the town and the different departments, the different heads of the departments of the town actually create and adopt policies. As I said at the bottom, this is the foundation for developing a consistent process around how policies come into being and are applied to the community as a whole. We could move on. Well, as an example of why this is needed. Oh, there's a blank slide in there.
Yeah, there was a blank slide.
There is a social media policy that is found in the document center on the town website. It's in the Parks and Recs folder directory website. We were talking about social media policy within the committee and the need for one for weeks, maybe months, before someone did a search and came across this document. And then there were all these questions about who does this apply to? Is it was in the Parks and Recs folder? Is it something that the Parks and Recs department created? Is it something that the town manager created and it applies to other employees? If it doesn't apply to other employees, should it be provided as part of their onboarding packages? A whole bunch of questions. These questions were asked via emails, and the answers were not clear. Kim might have some input on this later on, but we will wait for that. Can we go to the next slide? This actually is an excerpt from the social media policy. I think just for the board's benefit to show that there might be something actually important in there that other employees of the town should know about, but we can move on. So the idea of a complete list of policies isn't necessarily a folder with all of the policies that you could open up and read them. Rather, we literally think that there's a need for a list of names and titles of every policy that's active right now throughout the town, and the departments to which they apply to, if they apply to specific departments or to employees of the town in general. I don't know if a list like this exists. Either the existing list or a new version of this should be accessible to the town residents as a whole, so that there's an easy way to see, not necessarily read, that's another step, but simply see what all of the policies are. As an example, the school district, Hartford School District itself, has a page. You can move on to the next slide. There's a screenshot of their page where they literally list every single policy that's part of the school district and the school system. Another example is the town of Middlebury has a page on their website where they list out every single ordinance in alphabetical order. You could go to the next slide to see that. These also happen to be clickable links where you could download the PDF. We do not recommend that be the way that people access the policies themselves, but the list itself is useful. And then finally, with the creation of this policy on policies, and then a simple index or list of all of our policies should be building towards is a complete system for the storage and publication of the policies. There are companies out there that specialize in software systems for municipalities that they not only store the policies, but they give you the ability to do a textual search, meaning to search on the content within the policies, and also to version the policies so that you know, so that you see the latest version. If it's desired, you could go back and look at previous versions, but more importantly, that you could see and know what the latest version of a policy is. We do have multiple documents in our current document center that are the same policy, often from different years, sometimes not. Sometimes it's verbatim the same policy, but the little code at the bottom of the document is different, and who knows why. So this is a system that would solve some of those challenges. We're not recommending Municode. The current town website is built on Civic Plus, this platform that's out there. But this is Municode is an example of a very robust policy management and ordinance management system. And then in two more slides, you'll see a screenshot that Springfield, Vermont is using that exact management system, and it allows you to look through their code of ordinances and just to juxtapose to what we have now. Our code of ordinances is online as a PDF that's hundreds of pages long, and I don't know if anyone knows how up to date it is. If the ordinance you just adopted today will end up in that document or when. So that, again, these are problems we would like to overcome because, and go to the next slide, please. I'm just going to read that second paragraph. HCOREI has been charged to review the town's policies through a racial equity lens. In order to effectively evaluate policies, the residents, officials, and employees of Hartford need to have equal access to documents in a standardized way. And the process of creating a system that gives you this access might require multiple cycles of planning. It's not necessarily that the town manager should come up with a plan, find a contractor, and execute on it. I hope that happens, but there will also, I think there should also be room for community feedback. The idea that possibly another employee of the town should be managing the iterations of the multiple cycles of creating the system that will likely be needed to get to the idea system of distribution and storage and tracking. So with the help of the public information officer that we hope will come into being this budget cycle, managing this process, Hartford will be able to continuously improve access to policy information on an annual basis. This investment will ultimately increase the impact and value of the services that the town provides, because it's like opening up the kitchen so that the diners in a restaurant can see what's going into their meal. They can see the policies that are driving the interactions that they have with town employees and heads of departments, and possibly be have a greater ability to improve those processes.
Nice try.
That's the end of the slides. I welcome questions, and again, Sarah Campbell is here, and so she may also step up and answer some of these questions.
So if you'd like to ask a question, we ask that you come up to the microphone so people at home can hear you as well, okay?
Just where the policies are listed, if they're not downloadable PDFs.
We're
what-
gonna need
what are they?
your name and where you live.
Oh,
and,
sorry. Sorry, McGregor, Hartford. So if they're not downloadable PDFs, what are they? Are they clickable links?
Ultimately, you should be able to download a policy or an ordinance as a PDF or some other kind of digital text document. The only thing I was saying about having the policies listed as clickable links is that that is not enough for accessibility, because you won't necessarily be able to search through those policies. And if you don't know the name of the policy, if you're a resident like me, you probably don't know what you're actually looking for. That's it.
Sorry, John. So a question, and I'm going to come at this from a million miles away when I ask this, but from terms of racial equality, how does, I realize that our website is somewhat outdated and it's very hard to search anything on our website and get anything you're looking for. But how does the advancement, it affects everyone, but how in particular does it increase racial equality in the town by what you're proposing?
Sure. So part of our mission was.
So just state your name and your
Sorry,
residence.
Sarah
Thanks.
Campbell, Hartford,
Thank
Lake
you.
River Junction. Part of our work at the policies from a racial lens. And once we realized that we could not access and find all of the things that we wanted to look at, we thought that the accessibility of the policies is as much step one to being able to then look at them and how they impact people. And does that answer your question?
Yes and no, because it will improve everybody. I mean, it's going to improve everyone within the town of Hartford if we do this. But I'm just.
The social justice and bias, looking at things from that lens doesn't preclude it from helping everyone. Like we're not just trying to be racially inclusive. We're trying to improve things for everyone. And so we were policies through that lens. And so that's kind of how we got there.
That explains it. Thank you.
Sure.
That's all I appreciate it.
Mike, go ahead.
Thank you. I think this is a really good idea. I just had a good question because I looked through it. It seems like this is particularly well suited for things like ordinances or things that are adopted through a formal process. What sort of when we talk about, or is it like internal departmental guidance? I mean, just maybe a sense of what you're looking for.
So I work at a hospital.
Yep.
And there are, I can read all of the policies that apply to everyone who works at the hospital that I work at.
Okay.
There are also lots of policies that are public that apply to patients, that if a patient wanted to read it, they could see what that policy was and how it would apply to them. And I think as residents, I should know what all the human resources policies are for the town employees that my taxes pay. So I think there's a level of, there's clearly a level of privacy and confidentiality that would be held in some policies and things that would need to be kept. But in general, as community members, I should know what the Parks and Recs policies are. And I should know, but I should also know what ordinances apply to me as a town member. So that's why we're talking about both things. Like I need to follow an ordinance that tells me I have to have my dog on a leash, but I also want to know how town policies impact those around me and the programs that my children are in.
Thanks. And just as a comment, I know having everything in one place where you can sort of search and access is of great value. And right now we don't have that. So, I'd certainly support
and I think
us moving towards something
there's
like
a good focus on actual ADA accessibility as well that we don't currently have. So, I mean, a scannable PDF is not readable by an e-reader. So, but an interactive PDF in one of these storage systems would be.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Ally, go ahead.
This might be more of a question for Tracy, but just wondering, because I know, Tracy, you have a really robust communications plan in the works, and then also, you know, we're looking ahead towards the potential hiring of a public information officer, like what you see, if you see crossover, and what that crossover might be between sort of your plan in that realm and some of the recommendations here.
Some of what I've seen in the past is that each sort of document lives in the department who is responsible for maintaining and updating that document on a pre-described cycle. So for example, a social media policy from 2017, and I'm going to say the same, this is the perfect scenario, and I have actually in all of my conversations with other folks in local government, we're always aiming for that, and there's always a little bit of a deprioritization. So, but we could say that the social media policy lives in blank department, and it is reviewed and updated annually, every other year, something like that. And then there's an approval process. And what I've seen most often is, depending on the level of guidance that it is, whether that's the day-to-day work or whether that's kind of an overarching philosophy that you all hold, or it's an enforceable ordinance. So are you going to get a ticket for not having your dog on leash? That's a kind of a third ball game that we need to play in. You can scroll to that bottom of it and see it was last reviewed on January 15th, 2020, on this date. If it's an ordinance like your dog, or a recycling philosophy that you all want to pass, you know, by the select board on this date, 6-1, and you can see the notes on this link. What we might want to all have a conversation about is what many municipalities would call an administrative regulation. So those are really great things to have in terms of transparency, but it would mean a conversation with the department level. What is our process for issuing refunds for Parks and Rec? And what is our criteria for issuing a refund? What is the process for if you want to abate your water bill? I'm kind of flying on the seat of my pants, and that might be an internal process where we say, oh, you know, we offer payment plans and they look like this, and you need to contact this office to get on the payment plan, and here's the form. And those might, in order to remain flexible and agile, those might live on the department level or live in a department head level. So it might be something that the 10 of us sit down and discuss. So we could also have those levels of just looking at when things are and who approves them and when all of these kind of cycle through.
Okay, thanks. So I guess in summary, it sounds like they're at least with like sort of the policy on policies bit, like there is seems to be a lot of crossover between sort of how you're already thinking about it and then what some of these recommendations are as well. Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments? Kim?
I'm not sure if it's, so with that exchange, or you say we don't need a policy on policies because it's already, we're already, okay.
Very much so.
Okay. Just going to be clear.
I adore each and every one of you, and I looked to the website many eons, almost a year ago, and I said, wow.
Yeah.
This is not awesome. And I'm saying that very kindly, in that I was used to being able to, as a resident and as an employee, search for things. And clarity means that we all kind of know where we can look for stuff, and we center losing my mind trying to find something. Valuable time and energy for me and for the rest of my staff, and we're like, where is that thing? Where does it live?
Can I continue? And with, I think you may have already answered to this personally, but with the website redevelopment that you're currently working on, is there a document storage element to that?
There is I'd want to see if it was as easy as some of the other options out there. Of regulations and guidance and policies and things that they have to update and then ensure that every staff member signs off on. And so they use a program called Power DMS to do that. So you can update the guidance on, I'm gonna make this up. I'm sorry, Scott, swift water rescue deployment maintenance. And they can update that, it saves it automatically, and it can provide a push notification out to the staff saying, you need to review and state that you have reviewed this guidance on how to maintain equipment, just with water rescue. And then that stores that every single employee that got pushed out to has reviewed that policy, which would make it easier if we did want to say, okay, we need everybody to look at the fraud, waste, and abuse prevention policy or a whistleblower policy or any sort of thing like that. We could push that out to the entire staff and make sure that everybody reviewed that and that we have that on file, which is a good internal control to have as well.
And publicly accessible as well.
There's usually a front end and a back end. So a front end of, you can look at these and you can do what you need to do with them, and it will refresh and upload. And then there's a back end of, if we're requiring certain groups, including all of you, to sign on to this, even our committee members. Let's say we want to make sure everybody has agreed with the sexual harassment prevention policy. There's a back end where we can maintain those records.
Sure, could I
Yeah,
comment?
sure.
Just to clarify, it's not part of our recommendation that every single policy and document in the town be public. But it is our recommendation that there be a clear which internal documents are internal, have a level of not public associated with them, and which ones are shared with the public, so that even the employees know, like, this is a document that residents can look at, and this is a document that they can't. And that there's a policy around that process itself.
Manger. Others? Joe, sorry, go ahead.
This is going to be an incredibly heavy lift. And it's not something that's going to happen overnight. So, I think that we all are probably going to move this along, but at some point, I think it would behoove us to get some kind of timeline, which so people understand that we're working on it, simply because this isn't going to happen tomorrow or next week, next month, or even next year. I hope so, but probably not finished and continue to work on. So along with that recommendation, which I'm sure we're going to vote to move forward, I think that we should constantly make sure it's on the agenda to give updates on where we are with that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I will say the HR director, who is the only HR staff member we currently have, is out on medical leave until the beginning of December. So, I'm short-staffed my own self right now. So that's something that if we do move forward, I might ask for a pause until we're able to get her back up to speed, not only back on town time, but also let her clear that inbox, which I happen to know is already filling up.
Yeah, that's something. So this is sort of like a budget, going to go to a budget thing. So you've requested an IT help desk person. Is that in part to allow our IT staff to focus on areas such as this?
I wouldn't really feel comfortable detailing that out without Dylan and his budget presentation. Could this be something that's going to make the new website's going to make the back end a little bit easier, but I don't think that was really Dylan's intent for the help desk technician to do this sort of document management work.
So will use it, we'll straighten out the website, and if so, that's the huge lift that Joe is talking about. And between him and Paula vetting these policies, That's, what tell you, that's a lot to do for our IT department if we're looking at special projects and help desk things. And I'm not sure if the committee has any help that they can offer us in terms of this.
So, I did the policy project at my hospital, so I'm a project manager by trade. The document owners do this work. It's not the IT people, it's not the HR person. Like, it's gonna take community from all of the department heads to bring to Tracy what their current policies are and when they were last updated and what they feel like a good cycle is. Like, we think this is minor and it's about 10 cans and we should look at it every 3 years. And then another policy might be something that needs to be looked at every year, pandemic response or something on that. So it's really an everybody lift. And then there is going to need to be dedicated staff to help manage it as a full project, but it's not an IT project. I mean, I don't see this as a big lift for Dylan. I see this as like a lift for, I mean, there maybe need to be dedicated hours. Like this is probably a budgeted item. Like someone needs to manage this in a way that Tracy's not dealing with the minutia of the day-to-day part of it, that it's not all on HR. Like it's a process. And to Joe's account, this is probably a 2-year project. In my professional opinion, I guess I have one.
So I'm going to go back and ask the same question, ask John that. So this right now is a hindrance for everybody because the website's difficult for many people to find things. All right. So is it in terms of racial equality, is it hurting that aspect worse than other people? I mean, it's dragging everybody down. Is it dragging down the people that we're looking for this racial equality vote for more than it is everybody else at this point? I'm not quite sure if I'm phrasing this correctly, but we're trying to lift this thing in the eyes of racial equality, okay, and give the ability for people in this for racial equality to search our website. I'm not doing very good on this. I'm sorry. I'm not doing very good.
I think what you're asking, I'm just going to say it back and you tell me, is this disproportionately impacting, this lack of accessibility disproportionately impacting people of color?
You said it better than I did. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and the simple answer is we don't know. Like, in order to find out answers to those kinds of questions, you have to invest in doing the research and have the tools to do the research. So this would be basically a tool, this work would be a tool in the toolbox to find out the answer to that question.
That would, I guess, give us a better perspective on the priority on doing this. I mean, it's important that we do this. We have a lot of other things in town that are important to do as well, but how far this goes on our priority list to do that based on what you just said, whether it's disproportionate.
Mm-hmm. You know, I think every single other thing that the town needs to do will be assisted by getting this done. It affects every single area of operation of the town. Not knowing, your employees not knowing what their policies are, which is potentially the case in some areas, is a detriment and a hindrance to the town itself.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
One last question. I mean, I think that, identifying all these policies and being able to sort of study their impact is important, but also the mere fact of bringing them all together and putting them in a place where they're searchable and people can access them is a great public value as well. So.
One thing, I work with the subgroup that this policy research subgroup as part of this plan. And I think one element that we haven't touched on that is going to be a big factor that will be part of the heavy lift is, I mean, certainly with the ordinances, like, I don't know how many of you have been in the vault, but a lot of things are not digitized at all. And I think that, am I correct in that, like, there's the green book in the vault that has updated policies and amendments, like, stuffed into the top of the book. Like, I think that there may be part of this process we may discover is that there are older documents that are not digital at all that will need to be transferred. So I recognize that this is a big ask and it can take as long as it needs to take, but I think what's important is that we recognize it as one of the many priorities and that we support it and move it forward as best as time and resources are available to do it.
Yes.
Tracy, do you know, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, do you know if there's like a date when things started to be digitalized in the town of Hartford?
I don't off the top of my head. I don't, but I'm gonna assume like many organizations, we started at some point and then we're trying to work backwards. So there's a date where we started digitizing things for better, for worse, whatever quality that is. And then we've started to work backwards. Many municipalities also kind of cherry pick what they digitize, and that if there's an ancient ordinance about, I'm gonna pick on some of my favorite ones because I did like to collect these as a hobby. If there's an ordinance about tying up your mule in front of town hall, they might have made a decision to not digitize that, knowing that it's probably not very pertinent to our lives now. So many municipalities kind of go into those old books and look through and say, okay, what is still active in the town? And that's some work that we can do too, is to maybe repeal the don't really apply to us anymore.
What if I bring my mule to town?
I would like to meet that mule, Annie. I would like to meet it.
Okay,
That'd be great.
Okay, so, but everything now that comes in is digitized?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, now whether or not it's searchable and it's in a format that we really all agree is the most useful, that's probably another kind of equipment, technology, time, and platform conversation that we need to have.
Yeah, and we'll work on getting me old out of here.
Anything else? Kim, are you ready for a motion? Oh, go ahead. You got a question?
You could have gone.
I was gonna make a motion.
Oh.
So if you have a question, go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Kim. I'm really glad that this has been brought up. We had talked about updating the website, and I struggle with that like most of us. But as things have come out this evening, I'm kind of shocked that we don't have more of this available. I just think of, if you go into a business and it says labor eats X dollars or whatever, it's posted, you know what's going on. If you're an employee, if I'm a manager and I see something that you're doing against policy, I'd like to be able to point right to it and say, here it is in the website of the book or the manual or something. It doesn't sound like that's easily obtained right now. So we went through this thing with the mapping of our systems, and in the past, this was in people's heads, not recorded anywhere. And then when we retired, we were out without that information. And so shame on us for not recording that sort of stuff. Now we're paying to have stuff mapped that we had no idea about. So anyways, I'm just very glad that this is coming to fruition here, and I'm happy to support it.
I was just gonna ask where the motion is. I didn't see the motion. Did you?
It's on page 2 of the slide.
Of the HCOREI slide?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Were you gonna do that?
I'd be happy to, but I also just wanted to add one more thing, because HCOREI is a joint school board and select board committee. It was fascinating to hear the responses from the school board members on the committee who were like, yeah, no, we already do that. The comparison was very bold, and we can use them as an example for a model as well. Should I go ahead or do you want to? Go ahead, Mr. Chair. I move that in order to promote transparency and accessibility of town ordinances and policies, that the select board direct the town manager to adopt the following actions around policy management in a reasonable timeframe. Create a policy on policies, compile a complete list of existing policies for all departments, and adopt a digital policy storage system that improves usability and meets accessibility requirements.
Is there a second?
I would second.
Second from Ally. Other questions or comments?
From to be brought back to the select.
Adopt any policies. So if there's a policy on policies, it would have to come before us anyway.
That's why I added that. So
I'm happy to accept that.
Are you okay with that?
Sure.
Okay. Ben, are you all set with that? Okay, good. Everyone's on the same page. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Thank you very much. Great. Okay, that will bring us to the ad hoc committee on emergency shelter.
I just wanted to say,
Oh, sorry.
big shout out to Sarah, and especially Sarah did a ton of research on just other towns' processes on, and has shared that with the town manager as well. It was a lot of work.
Sarah's spreadsheet is how we found the contractor and got a new website. So props to Sarah. Thank you for all the
Thank you,
different
Sarah.
contractors. that
thank you,
made
John and Sarah. For
I
being
was
here.
heartened that we were definitely in the middle of the pack. You know what I mean? Like there were some outstanding, like Springfield's stuff is like above and beyond, and then there are some that are like, we have policies, they're in a book. You know what I mean? And so,
Thank you guys very much. That's very, very helpful. I'm glad we could tap into your expertise, so we appreciate that.
I think this would enhance everyone in the town of Hartford tremendously by what you're trying to do here. Not just, it's awesome, it really is.
Thank you, guys. Okay, so as I said, they'll bring us to the ad hoc committee on emergency shelter. So we has been charges. And we know that you've worked very, very hard in this committee to research all sorts of options. But as our time frame is sort of winding down, where the committee ends on March 1st of 2022, we thought it might to ask committee if committee would on the agenda for, so that you could take your recommendations that you found, the hurdles that you've encountered, bring them to a zoning meeting and hash it all out where everyone's at the same table. So that the town members that write those policies are there and can help figure out if this can move forward, why it can't, what it says, and just give us something concrete specifically to look at. And then we can say, this is going to work, or this isn't going to work, or we're going to have to revise this. And we just thought that would help sort of produce something that we could either move forward or eliminate. That was sort of the intent of this kind of discussion.
So Dan, I'm happy to share, and CATV, I'm going to join the Zoom meeting. If you could please make me a panelist, because then I can share my screen with a document that has some of that information. Oh, my email. Okay. Great. Okay. And I've muted myself, so I won't do the echoey thing. Thank you, Dan. So yes, I think and I've joined as a panelist. Yep. Nope, sorry. Pausing. Here we go. So I think, also just to, I will in just a second. Yeah. Just to preface it a little bit. Okay. So I think just also to just acknowledge the fact that with lots of different select board meetings, it's very clear that the urgency around this, just to make that extra clear. And so what I'm going to share is a memo that two of our, actually one former committee member, Becca White, and current committee member, Simon Dennis, who were on kind of the subgroup working on the RV policy, which I've been offering updates about in our commission reports thus far. They have sort of drafted an initial memo and draft of what could go to the planning commission and be put on the agenda. And so again, the RV policy, what I'll share is something that, we've made explicit, I think, in several meetings. One, that the time limit on RVs being camped in a particular place would no longer be 14 days per year, but would match the state of Vermont's guidelines and have no time limit, as well as that the number of RV vehicles able to be camped at one time would go from 1 to 3, and 3 matching the state of Vermont. So I will share my screen. You can see this memo. Okay. So apologies that this would have been in our agenda packet, but I did find out on Friday when the agenda went out that we were on the agenda. So Lana, I'll make sure to send this to you for our minutes. I am happy to read this aloud because we haven't all seen it. And I recognize that might be a little arduous, but just because it's the first time everybody's seeing it, for the record, I'm happy to just quickly read this out loud and entertain any questions before moving in the discussion. So this is from Becca White.
Bigger?
Bigger? Yep, probably. Is that maybe bigger?
Page just be opened up, or no, I guess.
I think the page is about as big as it's gonna be.
That's as wide as it can get on the screen. The only thing Ally can do is zoom through that window. We're kind of stuck with that.
Yeah,
right?
so also why I'm reading it aloud. So hopefully this is clear as mud. So this is a memo from Becca White and Simon Dennis to the Hartford Select Board, with the subject being zoning amendment request dated October 18th. To meet the urgent need, members of the Hartford Ad Hoc Committee on Emergency Shelter regulations to allow recreational vehicles, RVs, to be used as sleeping quarters. Currently, zoning regulations states, except in permitted campgrounds, a recreational vehicle may not be used as sleeping quarters for more than 14 days per year. RVs are defined in the zoning regulations as any vehicle having all the following characteristics: 1, used or constructed to permit its use as a conveyance on the public streets and highways; 2, used or constructed to permit its use as a dwelling or sleeping place for 1 or more persons; and 3, not capable of readily being connected to a community sewer and water service. Includes tent trailers, trunk campers, and vehicles converted to sleeping facilities. Does not include mobile homes. The following paragraphs are requested to be added to Hartford zoning regulations immediately following the sentence, except in permitted campgrounds, an RV may not be used as sleeping quarters for more than 14 days per year. Up to 3 tents or owner-occupied RVs may be used as sleeping quarters, each by a single family or household for more than 14 days per year, providing there are facilities and provisions for independent living, including sleeping, a vented or non-carbon monoxide emitting heat source, and bathroom facilities such as a porta-john type toilet. A zoning permit must be obtained. Such owner-occupied RVs will be subject to a fire safety inspection to ensure they are equipped with wall and ceiling surfaces with a fire spread rating of 200 or lower, mounted fire extinguisher, heat-activated fire suppression canister mounted to the ceiling, smoke and carbon monoxide detection and notification. RVs that are not owner-occupied may be permitted for use greater than 14 days per year, provided they meet the above requirements, and that evidence is submitted verifying that the RV meets current NFPA standards for recreational vehicles. So this is still sort of in draft form, but this has where this document stands currently, and this memo has been a labor of love with largely our 2 members of our emergency shelter committee, as well as a lot of conversations with Lori Hirschfeld and Joanne Ells, particularly in the planning department. And so there has been a lot of feedback offered from the planning department to get to this point. So I think I'm happy to answer any questions, and other members of the emergency shelter committee, if you were welcome to chime in if there's anything you want to add. But, I think at this point, it seems like the next step would be as soon as possible to get on a planning commission agenda and be able to formally make these recommendations, because I think also the reality is that, as we know, with lots of our conversations around ordinances and different ordinances that have come up, it still takes a minimum of 45 days after that's formally approved and adopted to be able to go into effect. And we know that we're already, different process? Thank you, Laura. Appreciate it. But I think I'll backtrack and strike what I just said about that. But that we know that we're approaching winter essentially, and that we would want that it already feels, I think, overdue for us to be able to have this as an option. Yeah, I will pause there for questions.
Thanks, Ally. So Mike, and I'm going to Lenny.
Thanks. So just two questions. I guess the first is like, what is the process and time frame for changing a zoning regulation? And the other is why, does anyone know why our rules are so strict compared to the states?
That is a good
Why is
question.
Hartford more restrictive? I don't know if there's a historical reason or something, but it'd be interesting to know, I guess.
I'm not sure. Can I kick it to you, Lori? If you have
Yeah, I
answers to
can
that?
address that. First, let me
you.
just talk about the process a little bit.
Yeah.
So this is a component of the zoning regulations, which is a different process other than ordinances. So what we had talked about is that we would first do a working session with the Planning Commission, which we were scheduled at one point to do, but then we pulled it back a little bit to have more discussion on what the options are. What you're seeing before you right now, I can't comment on that. That's something I have to take back to staff. We need to fully review it. How does it match up with the things that we've talked about in the past? Also, we've been working very closely with the fire department and fire marshal to ensure that there are safety factors and features in there, which to a certain extent you're seeing reflected here in what's being proposed, but we again need to include that in our review process. So we would schedule this at a separate section other than their regularly scheduled meetings every 5 weeks, because we only have a half hour that's scheduled for proposals, and it really would do everybody, I think, benefit to have a dedicated meeting to that. So what we would do is we would schedule something in between our meetings so that you could have the dedicated time to really have a good discussion, come out of that with some clear direction on where to go. And then we would start to go into what we typically do as our process. Normally, when there are changes to a zoning regulation, we don't jump into the formal notification process. Immediately, what we do is we have a work session, get direction, come up with something, and then the Planning Commission would hold a general community meeting so that they can get input and feedback. We do this for a couple of reasons. First of all, it's a good way of engaging the public in a subject matter before you're going into a public hearing process, because there are very specific deadlines in terms of notifications, going through steps, which can take you a good 2 to 3 months to do. And if you're backtracking on that because now you hear a bunch of concerns in the community or whatever that you haven't had time to vet out, then you're going to have to start the process all over again. So that's one of the reasons why we say workshop, get the things worked out with the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission then could put forth a community meeting. Sometimes you don't get them worked out 100%, but you get a certain way. And then you can get the feedback and then make the tweaks that you need to in response to community feedback. And then you go through the formal adoption process. We've been doing this a lot of years, and I can tell you it seems like you're longer on the front end, but in the long run, it's actually saves you time because you're not backtracking. So that's the first thing about the process that I would just make sure. And there are statutory requirements that are laid out by the state that we are following in terms of process. In terms of the question about the restrictiveness, I think you need to look at the document from the perspective of what is the state looking at under their rules and regulations and the definitions that they put forward, and how does that just deal with what are priorities and authorities within the state level. That doesn't necessarily mean that there aren't other factors that a municipality would take into place. Often the state will set out bigger parameters, such as so that individual towns that may not have zoning regulations or other ordinances or subdivision regulations in place that get into the more specific, it gives the community something. And we see this in many different ways in Act 250 and what rules apply and so forth. It gives some parameters. But often when you have communities that do have zoning regulations and subdivision regulations and ordinances and a fire marshal and so forth, you actually see a lot more detail on how something will be regulated. So Heartland is a community that does not have zoning regulations. So people can put up anything anywhere under any circumstances, and they rely very heavily on state regulations to at least give them some parameters. That's not the case in Hartford and hasn't been for 60 some odd years, or actually almost 70 years now since we've had zoning put in place. So we're looking at a broader impact question than the state regulations are. And so that's why you will see things that are different that are at a state level and things that are at a local level. That's in a very broad context. What we've tried to do within what is being the discussions that we've had in the past for how to address RV is we've recognized that there are some areas of the RV regulations that perhaps can be updated, taking into consideration some other things. That's where we came into the discussions about one of the recommendations we talked about is what do you do in an individual single property, and what can you do if it's more than one, going beyond the 14-day. What's the impact, that balancing act that you saw earlier talked about in terms of the town forest? How do we balance what's happening at your property relative to what's happening at somebody else's property? And how do we come together to balance that? So that was the kind of the thinking that we have had as we've looked at how can we change this so that it goes beyond a 14-day period, and what things do we need to put in to ensure that balance, and that we have public safety. As a public entity, my advice is, as a town employee, is making sure that any recommendation we put forth has been very Are we going to put something in place that, from my professional point of view and from the professional point of view of the fire marshal, can't meet that test? I don't want to be in the position of advocating for something that we can't meet that test. So we stepped back a little bit and said, okay, can we meet that test based on what the state is saying? Can we meet that balancing? And we're looking at it in the context of our regulations and tweaking them a little bit, but maybe not necessarily going as far as they are. We've also had discussions at this with the committee about what happens if you want to do something more than one, that up to 3, what isn't defined by a campground. One of the things about zoning is if it's silent on something, it doesn't mean it's allowed. It just means it isn't assigned. So we have a gap there that we said, okay, this is what you can do for an RV, 14 days, and then and anything else other than that, you need to have a dedicated use allowed within the zoning district that allows you to do it. It doesn't mean that if it's silent, then you can do it. We're a Dillon state. That's never the case. If it's not authorized, it doesn't mean you can't do it. So stepping back a little bit, we said, okay, we do have something that we can do. And that was discussed with the Planning Commission in a working session at one point, which basically said, they came back and said, a plan development, maybe something that has an overview site on it. It's gone through a regulatory review in the quasi-judicial process with the Planning Commission and by putting in a plan development. And that could cover anything from 2 to a campground or even something more than that, but it's not necessarily void of oversight. And in that context, we could make sure that there's a balancing act between what's happening at this site so that there is management in place. It's been looked at. It's had public comment and opportunity to do that. And it's also been looked at from a public safety perspective. And then a decision is made of how we could go forward, ensuring that all of those things have been addressed. So so we've come up with what we think are some options for consideration that can somewhat put in place things that are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 campground and whatever. So whether or not we haven't gotten to the point of having a work session, but we did have a work session on the plan development, and the planning commission said it has merit. We should look to see about proceeding with that. We haven't had that work session on the RV concept. And that is the next thing I think that would be necessary to move forward on something, whether or not it's this or something that we've talked about that isn't quite reflected in this, or something different. That's where we will start with a work session. But I think we are at that point of needing to move forward.
Great, thanks. Let's go to Lanny and then we'll go to Becca.
I think this is one for Lori as well, if I may.
Yeah.
So currently in the town of Hartford, if I build a shed, I need a permit, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but how about if I build a shed and then put it on wheels? Do I still need a permit?
Well, it depends on what it is. So when you start putting something on wheels, you're now defining it differently under another section of the regulation. Is it, it doesn't meet a definition of an RV. So it has to be roadworthy and all those things. But if there are different sections of the regulations that we would look to say, if it's primarily being used and is stationary there for a certain period of time, those are the things that we would be looking at to say, is it functioning like a structure, or is it functioning like an RV? There is a component within the our regulations that allows storage of vehicles behind fencing. Is that the way in which it's being used? Those are all the different things that we would look at that are spoken to in different parts of the regulation.
And the second part of my question is, I thought I saw, and correct me if I'm wrong, at some point in a presentation that we could put RVs in certain spots. And I don't see anything in here for proposed regulations as far as where placement would be. Isn't there some sort of a placement requirements for RVs for living within the town of Hartford?
Well, the current regulation is what was up earlier on the screen, which talks about the use of RVs and could be used as a recreational vehicle, can be lived in up to 14 days in any one calendar year. I think that was in the top part of what was.
Regardless of where they're placed in personal property, correct?
It could be on a commercial property. It could be on, but but this is privately owned. This is not stuff that's being dedicated towards.
Okay, so if we were to go ahead with this for housing of the homeless community, for permanent living, I would think that we would have some sort of requirements in there that stated where they would be able to.
So let me be clear. This is not, what you're seeing tonight is not something that I have vetted with my staff, or we have vetted with the, in its form as you're seeing today. And regardless, we haven't even gotten to that point of really looking at every component of this and whether or not all of the factors that we need to ensure public safety, consistency within our regulations, and alternative proposals. It seems to me what you're seeing right now is what the committee is putting forward and asking in response to what the select board has asked. And they're going to come forward. Anyone could come forward with any proposal at any time and ask for it to be reviewed by staff and reviewed by the public safety person and by the planning commission. And whether or not they agree with what's being put forth is not, it hasn't been vetted yet. So this is just something that they're putting forward. And I don't think that it's the beginning of the conversation, not the end of the conversation.
Exactly. So before we take too many more comments, I want to go to Rebecca.
And I don't think tonight was the time that you were intending to vet this, but actually just ask the committee to say, where are you? And you would like them to put something for discussion.
Exactly.
I not relinquish the floor, sir.
I asked you to move on, so I'm asking Rebecca to come up. I think we've answered the questions. I don't want to go into all these what ifs right now, okay? So we can come back to it in a minute, but I'm going to ask Rebecca to speak.
Thank you, Chairman Fraser. Yep, my name is Rebecca White, and I was previously the chair of this committee. Recently stepped down. You'll have Brian Lukart to converse with in the future if you have us on the agenda. And I just wanted to comment. I want to say thank you to Lori because we have a first-class planning department, and this is brand new to her. This exact formation of language because we wanted to get something to you, knowing that we were coming on the agenda. So we really appreciate Lori and her staff's work. And this is our ideal situation. This is what the committee feels would have the most impact for addressing the situation that you asked us to bring recommendations on. And it is also in response to, it does ask house when they're on private property. When we're enforcing a policy like that, what we need to do in a leadership capacity is have an alternative solution. And we don't have an alternative solution for the individuals who have been moved from their or encampment situations currently. There might be alternatives that the town could consider above and beyond this policy change. But what I really appreciate about you inviting us here tonight to talk about is getting that ball moving. Because while we've been here a few times to present to the select board, it's felt like the cost benefit analysis hasn't pushed us to a place where we're moving quickly on this idea. And I respect what we heard from Lori and what we've also heard from Tom Pelletier, for example, who's our fire marshal, on if we're going to change our regulations, we need to have public safety, and in particular, the safety of those living in these RVs at the top of mind. But I think what we're asking for as a committee is that we can balance those things and change our policy, because what we're seeing statewide is that we're not having that high risk of the high risk is not as dangerous as it is to have someone sleeping outside without an RV. So while I understand that's not the risk multiple alternatives. And I do just want to end by asking that as the select board considers this, I know it's difficult to ask staff to prioritize something at a time when they're extremely overloaded. Management and being the wife of a former town staff member, it is difficult right now to be a town staff member with just the sheer amount of things that are being asked. But I would ask that this board consider making this a priority and asking staff to prioritize it as well. So thank you for having us, and I really do appreciate that. And I appreciate Lori for looking on the fly at this.
Thank you, Becca. As was mentioned from various people, we've had this on the agenda many, many times, and I don't really want to take a lot of public comment. I think we're going to stop the public comment there. I do want to go back to Lanny to let him finish, and then I have a couple more comments to move this forward.
Thank you, sir. I have the floor. So my question goes back to rudimentary one about the charge of this committee. And I'm not sure, I don't know, so I'm just asking a question about whether the charge of this committee has been met yet. And the charge of this committee was to investigate regulatory obstacles, creation of portable micro dwellings to provide shelter for people experiencing homelessness. That charge has been met. They've done that. You've investigated, the investigation has been done on the obstacles, and you're looking at ways to come to the planning board to change that. And then submit recommendations to the select board regarding the creation and governance of a permitted encampment to allow unsheltered individuals to dwell legally and safely during the spring, summer, fall, and winter sessions. Well, it was looked into for a permanent encampment for individuals, and it was deemed by town staff that it was not something that would be feasible for the town of Hartford. So that charge has been met. So I'm just wondering why we're still hearing from this committee when these charges have been met. And in my personal opinion, the charges have been met. If we want to change the charge of this committee, I think we should still have it go forward. But in my opinion, the charges have been met. We can talk amongst ourselves to see if they've been met. But
okay, go ahead. Policy about moving encampments. It's staff guidance, very important semantics, well, not semantics. And then I guess one question I have is, and also just to address, I mean, they're exploring the regulatory obstacles right now. That's what this process is about, and are hoping to present this to the Planning Commission. And so I guess my question is, if I can ask Lori, what is the timeline that you could imagine that the Planning Commission would be ready for this working session?
So our next select board, our next set of meetings are, I think if I'm remembering correctly, is November 1st and December 8th. Is that, those are two? So we would try to set up a work session sometime between those two. And so we'd have to poll the Planning Commission members to see that if we can get a quorum on something like this. We'd like to try and get all 7 if we can, but we may not always be able to do that.
Okay, so you're not opposed to that work session happening?
Oh, no, I see that it's necessary, and that's what we would do.
Okay. And I guess that might answer my other question too. So, you know, I think this isn't the committee coming before us asking for any authorization of this. It's just, I think, asking for our support for it to go to the Planning Commission to explore further, right? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, so, so we've, like I said, we've been talking about this for about 1.5 years now, and we have this committee that's done a lot of research and a lot of work, and you know, hasn't been able to move anything forward, not through any fault of their own, but just through hurdles that they've encountered. And my goal tonight in putting this on the agenda was that we bring all the parties together at the table. And Lori has been very, very accommodating. So she's going to make this a priority and make this happen in the next 2 months, where we can start the ball rolling, which includes addressing any public concerns. So how potentially right now, what they're recommending, what they'd like to explore, then takes the next step, goes through the process to zoning and planning. Public can say yes or no, we don't like this, we love this, this is crazy, but at least it moves something forward. Because the bottom line is we're still having people, you know, unhoused people that are dying in our community as recently as the end of September. So, you know, and as it gets colder and it gets worse, and those issues are going to continue to become more exacerbated. People are going to have a harder and harder time. We need to, these are members of our community that need a place to live, and it's our responsibility to find out what that place is by gathering public comment from both sides of the issue. So this is just bringing everyone to the table to sit down and discuss things. It starts with what the committee has here. It goes to zoning and planning as it should. They hash it out and say yes, no, maybe. Take it back to the committee, open it up to the public so the public can comment. It's the perfect scenario. It's exactly what we want. We take all the hard work of the committee, we present it to the people that have made the rules, the public can weigh in, and then we take the next step and we actually have something, a piece of action potentially, where we can say, okay, we can't do that, we can do this, let's tweak this, let's try that. But at least it is moving forward in a direction, because we've been through one whole winter and we're about to approach a second one. And as I said, we continue to have members of our community that are dying because there's nowhere for them to be. And that's not okay. So I just kind of want to leave that there. I think we've had lots of public comment and lots of, you know, we're not going to go into the what ifs. We're not going to go whatever. I want to thank the committee for all the work. You produced an excellent document without much time, but I really wanted to force this to go forward so that we have something that's actionable. And I want to reach out to Lori and your department and say, thank you for making this a priority. But now we've got something that can move forward that, again, the public will have something that they can comment in. So I think that's perfect. And I think I just want to end this discussion right there, right now, with that plan moving forward, and you can get back to us, the committee can get back to us, and we can see what happens in the time frame, which is not that far off. So thank you all for making that happen.
Can I just ask, you know, as the liaison to this committee, I just want to ask Lori, is there anything you need from me to be able to schedule that working session or get that going?
No, with that, we'll take care of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you guys for making that happen on such short notice from every level here. That was great. So we appreciate that. Okay, I think that will bring us to commission reports. Anybody? Anything?
Yeah, I had a sister city committee meeting this evening and a contest in Hartford, and they're going to join that contest for try to incorporate that and give out prizes for that. So something to look forward to. They're doing that, and they're also going to start putting information about the Sister City Committee information booth at the Queechee Gorge. So we'll be able to learn some more. We really did quite a bit.
Thanks, Annie. Ally?
Sure, just another, I know we've been talking about emergency shelter, but just to offer another that wasn't shared in our previous agenda item. As Becca mentioned, we do have a newly elected chair, Brian Lukart. And so we're excited to have him on board in his leadership. He's been part of the committee since the beginning and is now taking on a leadership role. And Becca already left the room, but do want to state for the record, appreciation for her and her service this time as previous chair to that committee. And we're also taking a look at, in addition to the RV policy that we brought before you, are also, really looking at and re-looking at Burlington and Montpelier's policies, particularly around camping on public property or town property, as is the case in Montpelier. And then also, I know that there's been a lot of maybe controversy and a lot going on very, very recently with Burlington's encampment, but they also see interested in and have been reviewing. And I know we've talked about staff guidance. So this is actually very a policy. Views and allows or does not allow camping in particular places. And so we, in fact, I'm going to be reaching out, I think, to Dan, Joe, and Tracy to hopefully get some agenda, use some of those policies as a board, and then also considering possibly moving forward on what that might look like. So more is forthcoming, but that's what I have on that.
Great, thanks, Ellen. Joe.
I want to give kudos to Parks and Rec. They had their trail run, a 5K and 10K trail run last weekend. And they had over 100 people there, which and it was apropos because of the damage that was done by the weather event redone, and Scott Hausler and his team put on a tremendous event. So kudos to him.
Thank you. Mike?
Nothing for me.
Kim?
No, planning commission is now on November 1st. Great. That's my schedule.
Okay. All right, so that will bring us to consent agenda. Oh, yeah.
I think it's Joe's turn, but I just have one kind of comment question about consent agenda, about the manifest, if I may, sorry. Just I skimmed through every time, and I totally looked up what Dark Trace Holding Company was, and it's apparently like a cybersecurity firm. And I just wanted to comment on the fact that it's an expensive thing that I think is extremely necessary, but these are like new costs that towns and cities are encountering that we didn't used to have. Like this is, it was over $10,000 for this particular line item. And I think I just kind of wanted to recognize that this is the world we live in now, and that these are expenses that we don't really have a choice about.
You want anything?
No, not unless you have any. I was like, it was one of those things. I'm like, it's not really worth as a good question, but it was, I think, an observation that I felt was worth noting.
You're going to hear a little bit more from Dylan next week as he presents his budget about kind of the modern cybersecurity issues that we're encountering. I'm sure most of us are used to hearing now with the bigger cities and towns about ransomware and things like that. From my understanding, from my discussions with him, bigger cities and towns have fix those holes in their infrastructure. And now those people are looking at cities and towns of our size, because they know that we are not as prepared as places. Atlanta got ransomware a few years ago and they literally shut the city down. So they know Atlanta has fixed those problems. They're betting that places like Hartford have not.
Okay, consent agenda. Joe, go ahead.
And to piggyback on that, Port St. Lucie, Florida is one of those towns that got hit. It's a smaller town. So absolutely, Kim, it is, that may be one of the more threatening things that we're having to deal with in the future. But anyway, that's not what you called me for. Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the payroll ending October 16th, 2021. Approve the meeting minutes of October 5th, 2021 and October 12th, 2021. Approve the AP manifest of October 15th, 2021 and October 19th, 2021. And approve the select board meeting dates of November 2nd, 2021.
Keep going.
Nope, I'm sorry. November 9th, 2021, November 16th, 2021, November 23rd, 2021. Oh my goodness. And November 30th, 2021. Is that Thanksgiving on any of those days?
No, Thanksgiving on
Okay.
Thursday.
All right. I wanted to have you guys over for dinner, so.
I'll be there.
All right, fair enough.
All right, and is there a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Ally. All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous, thank you. Okay, that will then bring us to executive session. So if someone would like to make a motion. Kim, go ahead. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, in accordance with Vermont's open meeting law requirements, I move that the select board move into executive session to discuss confidential attorney-client communications made for the purpose of providing professional legal services to the body. Title 313A1F.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous, we'll go into executive session.
I'm not anticipating that a motion is going to come out of this, so.